Hello, everyone. I hope everyone's having a fine Saturday. A very productive day today. Organizing things, doing my laundry, getting this stuff set up, make sure it works. Very productive day.
More spiders.
Shadrock, thank you for the spiders. Thank you for the 100 bits. Shadrock, thank you for the 100 bits. Ultimo, thank you for the 500 bits before, and Shadrock, another 100 bits before that. Sever B, thank you for 5 months of subscribing. I appreciate that as well.
Welcome.
Gimme Flavor, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh no. Gimme Flavor, thank you for the 100 bits. We got a hype train going already. Let's get over here to the nest scene. I need to figure out what brightness to set my camera at because it keeps resetting itself. I think this is fine. It's a little dull, but I think it's fine.
Fairy Rally, Celeste, hello,
Ultimo, thank you for the 100 bits. Server B.
GG.
Thank you for the 100 bits. GG indeed. This is a good game. Shadrock, thank you for the 100 bits.
When you step on a Lego.
Shadrock, thank you. Let me adjust this camera. It is a little too dark now, I think. I have a reflection on the screen, so it's kind of hard for me to tell, but I think it's a little too dark. Let's see what it does on
Sticks to snakes.
Oh, because it's not on the number I set it to. It's
Sticks to
on a
snakes.
different number. That's Subera. Thank you for the 100 dicks to snakes. That's better now that it's on the correct number.
NG.
Ultimo, thanks for the 100 NGs. It's like we're playing Team Fortress 2 here. Yeah, here we go. This looks correct to me. If the quotes are almost on the side of the screen. Orb. Did I forget anything? Am I doing anything wrong? Did I mess up the stream somehow? I feel like that's a distinct possibility. You don't stream for a week and you lose all concept of how to do it. It's like the opposite of riding a bicycle. As soon as you stop, you lose all knowledge of how to do it. But here we are. Respond rate 6. Alright, what was I doing? What was I even doing in this game? Okay. Magic.
Overtime.
Ultimo, thank you for the 100 overtimes. Oh, we've almost completed Hype Train level 1. already, and we've just started. We're just getting started. I didn't get nuke. The rest of the spells were useless, right? We didn't need any other spells because they were useless. Hey, Andrew, be thy name. Welcome. Yeah, previously on Duke Does Final Fantasy, I think we were going to the Guru Volcano. Hell yeah.
Continue light.
Off.
Shadrock, thank you for the 200 bits. Well, there goes level 1. Ultimo, thank you for the 100 bits.
My job is to train you for the fight of your life.
Spice up in my center.
Wonderful. Hazemaker, how's it going? Yeah, I gotta, Oh, that's lava, huh? Whiz Ogre. I got the window open back there, by the way. If the outdoors noise is too loud, let me know. Oh, timer! That's what I'm forgetting. Timer. Let's load up that timer. Yeah, so temporarily we had give me flavor.
Loopa hop and pop loopa Gerba loopa goo aloha Google loopa galala billa guppy guppo.
Give me flavor, thank you for the 100 bits. Those are some good noises that Justin makes. Incredibly good noises. Oh hey, this is like overlapping now, huh? Is there a way I can fix that easily? Yeah, I can just go over here. Go over the overlay and fix this. Whoop. There we go. Back to NES. There we go. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Okay. I need to look at the map for this. That's what I need, right? Yeah, so we've got Howard Hawk back in Tier 1. I think he was somewhere in the bit emotes before, but I swapped out last third for Howard Hawk. So we might want to vote on that. See who wants to keep Howard Hawk and whether we should move last third around where to.
In 1937, Calais Lamoy and Dow Jones, Un. 13,405 B, 6,075 CH, 4,500 D, 0s 20,000.
Ultimate, thank you for the 100 bits. So, how do you like that? Cashtown, yeah, Cashtown looked really good. There's another game. Cashtown reminded me of another game that's been on my list for a little while that I haven't gotten around to. That we might do after. Maybe we'll do it during the week. It might not be a super long game. Maybe we'll just take a day or two during the week and figure it out. The amulet, yeah. Oh, Howard's amulet. It reminded me of a game that was recommended a while back, maybe like during the summer or so. Maps. Right, this has a map of the volcano.
Sticks to snakes.
Wait for it. Donut. donut, 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 donut.
What on earth? Justin, what's wrong with you? Oh, man. That was really good. Shadrock, thank you for the 100 donuts. If you could call that donuts. Oh, man. Thank you, Shadrock. Yeah, I guess you only lose like 1 point for stepping on lava, which is good. Yeah, you ever say a word so many times, like, it starts to sound weird, like, donut, donut, donut. Hey, Guinea Prince, how's it going? You know, I forgot to say hi to everybody when we started out. Yeah, holy shit, Dad does a lot of damage now. Who's all here? Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Who's all here? DNA. Remind me to answer your question when I'm done greeting everyone. DNA, Sever B, Zetsubera, Dana, J52, Shadrock, Ultimo, Lamp Station, Gimme Flavor, Andrew Be Thy Name, E. Shakhtar, Hazemaker, Rubber Kitty, Ashen Circle, E. Shakhtar, Cuba, Logical Dash, Marmot, Mr. Radon, Impending Disaster, Guinea Prince, Zinglon. Welcome, everybody. Yeah. So, the face cam thing. I had to kind of mirror my layout to make it work in this space. So, I have a couple of thoughts on that, right? One thought is I do need to keep the camera over here because then it points at like the rack and the stuff, and there's all the interesting stuff to look at is going to be over on that side. On that side is like, honestly, it's just a mess right now. But what I don't want to do is Marmot, thank you for the 25 bits. Yeah, always a pleasure to have you here. I was saying this earlier when I was talking to Retrograde Tom. It's just nice to hang out and have a relaxing time playing a game with folks. Just hang out. It's a stress relief for me. Hey, Hellraiser Cenobites. Anyway, what I was saying is, so I moved the camera over to the other side so that you can still see the interesting stuff. And I thought about two things, right? One is flipping the camera so that I'm looking the other way, but the camera is mirrored. I don't like that because then I can't do stuff like this, right? And hold this up and be like, hey, look, it's the Nintendo Gamekeeper, because you can't read it because it'll be mirrored. 4,000 gold. But then the other option is to like make it. I don't like that I'm not looking at the. I'm not looking at the game content. You know what I mean? I would prefer to be, but I think that's of the options available. I think that's the best compromise. Oh, Beef leveled up. Because the other option would be moving this whole column to the opposite side of the layout, which then would separate. It would put what I call distracting content on the other side of the layout. So I don't want to have something on the opposite side, because by default, with Twitch's layout, chat's always going to be on the right-hand side. And with chat on the right, I don't want to have any stuff on the opposite side of the stream from where chat is. So my instance of chat, the bag, the timer, the sub count, the alerts and all that stuff, and the webcam, I want to keep all on the right-hand side. And then my approach... hey, Gladius. My approach to setting up the visual of the stream is... hey, Elydium. I want to have the game... The game is the star of the show, really, right? This thing over here. So I want to make sure that my layout doesn't interfere with that, right? I want to make sure that my layout doesn't distract from the game content, or that I'm sacrificing any screen real estate for any screen real estate that could be used for game to put like layout widgets on, right? So I have a 4x3. I have a 4x3 over here. I have a 4x3 did I do this right? I have a 4x3 full height. It like takes up the full height of the canvas for the game, and then that width is already spoken for. That's why I don't put the game title above or below, is because that would make the game image smaller, you know. So I want to keep the game image as big as possible. That's my goal. Basically, yeah, maximum game. And yeah, like if I put the game title or anything else above or below the game, the game would be smaller because the vertical space would be compromised. So yeah, it works really well for retro games, and then for more modern games that run in a widescreen aspect ratio, you're gonna have to put stuff over the game anyway. So you generally want to minimize that as well. And you know, it's not to say that there aren't other ways of doing it, right? Like that's just my personal preference, how I like to do it. There's a lot of reasons to have more stuff on the layout and have it laid out differently, have more more consideration for different elements of the layout. You know, if you're a really good artist, you might want to showcase some of your art in the backgrounds and how you set that stuff up. Me, I paid Zetsubera to draw these little guys like down here and stuff. Just some very small art to accentuate the stream that don't impact it, since it's not showing off my specific stuff, right? Lightning? These guys weak to lightning? Oh, they're weak to getting fucking owned. That's what they're weak to. Yeah, I agree, Mr. Radon. It would be good to have, like, more options for just, like, how much width you want on your stream. The one problem is that Twitch's player scales down horizontally. Hey, I Heart Corruption. Thank you. It's good to be back. It scales down horizontally. So if someone's watching on a narrower monitor, they can't, like, you know, you can't do anything about it. What would be really cool? Oh, a giant sword. That sounds good. A giant sword would be really cool. 5101. $42.96. It isn't as good as Ice Sword. It would be really cool. This is something that, like, I don't know how they would handle this, really. But it would be really cool if you could set up separate... If you could do the composition as part of the website, right? Ultimo, thank you for the 100 bits.
It's time for 8K streaming of 240p.
Yeah, 8K streaming. Gotta crank it up. Although 8K would allow for, I think that would allow for some certain even multiples integer scaling of 240p content with different aspect ratios that we can't do today. But what I'd like to be able to do is I'd like to be able to say, like, hey, here's the game, here's the, like, you know, here's the game audio, here's my voice audio, here's the game video, here's my webcam, here's another little widget thing, and have the composition be on the website side, right? So if you guys are like, I don't want to look at this stupid, ugly prick, you can just close the webcam part of it and save yourself a little bit of bandwidth. You're like, you know what? I don't like hearing Justin. You can just turn off the alerts portion of the audio. You know what I mean? I think that would be a really cool thing to build, but it's massively complicated to do rather than just streaming a single video stream. It would require infrastructure support on both the front, back, the front end, the back end, transit, and all that stuff. 4184. Nice. Why does the giant sword suck? I guess because it's supposed to do more damage to giants, and it doesn't. Let's call. Pretty sure those guys can party wipe you really easily. Oh, that's the problem. You need to be a giant to use the giant sword. Shit, I fucked up. I should have had him attack the second one. Oh, she does 2 hits now. That's not bad. Pretty good. Man. Dad is a fucking wrecking machine now. He even looks like he's wearing sunglasses. The way they did the brows for all of the adult characters, they all look like they're wearing cool ass shades. Pretty good. Okay, I think we can do this. I think we can get these guys. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, J52. Like, and it would save you, like, hey, you got a fucking background music track? If it runs foul of muting, mute just that track, right? Multi-track stuff would fix all that. It would do an incredible amount of service for the entire, like, streaming thing. It would even, like, it would even allow for the kind of thing where it's like, hey, yeah, we can mute just the game audio in the VOD instead of muting, instead of muting like the entire thing for 8 minutes. They could cut it down just to the offending part. Exactly. So, yeah, sure, you might miss out on like the game's environmental thing, but it wouldn't completely destroy the unique aspect of the content, which is the Argoyle. The type of sweater, right? It would preserve the kind of unique aspect of it, which is what the streamer themselves are adding. It would also it would allow them to be more aggressive in taking action on like live muting stuff, right? They could be like, hey, look, you guys can put this in a separate audio channel now, so we can do this live and not impact your. Is there a way to sort your inventory? Because I really would like to sort these heal potions to the top. Or am I screwed because I didn't buy heal potions early enough in the game and, like, always keep one in my inventory? But I think it would solve a lot of problems, and it would also help optimize bandwidth because, like, if somebody closes the webcam window, well, there's like, there's, what is this? This amount right here is like, I don't know, 10% of the 10% of the layout is dedicated to the webcam, and like you wouldn't have to encode that or transcode that if people had it closed, right? Optimize bandwidth quite a bit. Silver Gauntlet. Right. I don't need an extra Silver Gauntlet because the Pro Ring is better. One of the things I'm doing...
Hi, Duke. Good to have you back on Saturdays. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Hey, Slushy Cat. Thank you for the 100 bits. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Found a cabin. And gold. Whoops. Oh, was there a thing? I like buried the window. Sorry, Shadrock. Thank you for reminding me. Let me change that. What's a good not Justin to what's a good not Justin we can do? I mean, I don't care. If it's really, really annoying, then Wait, hold on a second. Was Cashtown French? Was that a French game? Or Swiss? Swiss. I just realized there's no Swiss voice, is there? Is there a Legacy Swiss? French language, yeah. They don't differentiate between French and Swiss. Yeah, there's no Swiss French in Streamlabs. Well, that's okay. We got it. We did it. What have I done here? This. No. This. That's what we want. I don't think they have any... They don't have any kind of... any flavor of Swiss. But we've got French now instead. I knew it. Gray W. Top Boss, thank you for 3 months. 3 murders. Hey, Reg.
Hello, Duke and Sha. How is everyone?
My job is to train you for the fight of your life.
Let's test it. Donut, 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 donut.
Donut.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Stridia, thank you for the follow. Alright, what did we get? Silver Shield. We need the Silver Shield. Weapons. We got a Silver Axe. 5101. 4686. No way. Hey, Dempsey? Did I get that lower left chest? I think I did, but I better double check.
Continue light.
Maman, un moment,
Top Boss, thank you for the 100 bits. That was very good. Got a good, like, that IDM beat going on there for a minute.
Oh non, le Ouaya ma French et Manon en baguette.
He didn't say the baguettes, though. The actual baguettes. In there. Slushy Cat, thank you for the 100 bits. So, isn't that good, Smooham? Isn't that good? It's from the Banana Splits show. It's Bingo, I think. Bingo, I think is the name of that character. So, Reg asked a question about doodad time, and it's a good question because doodad time, in its previous form, isn't going to be coming back for quite a while. But we're gonna have streams that will kind of serve as an extended doodad time coming up, which I think will kind of alleviate that desire, right? You want to have the doodad time. It's virtual doodads are another possibility. But what I'm gonna be doing, Ultimo, thank you for the
des nombreux jeux publicitaires sortis dans les années 90, Casetown n'est pas le plus connu. Il faut dire qu'il est suisse, qu'il a été réalisé pour l'ASB, Association suisse des banquiers, et qu'il n'était vendu que sur un site web dédié, www.castown.ch, et dans certaines agences bancaires pour un prix raisonnable, 20 francs suisses, soit environ 17 € actuels, c'est raisonnable pour le niveau de vie helvétique. Évidemment, en voyant l'année de sortie du jeu, 1998.
Ultimo, thank you for the 100 bits. 100 Cashtown bits. Double way. Yeah. So I have a whole bunch of stuff, right? And it's all in it's all in like boxes, and none of it's sorted. And I had to move a whole bunch of it in a really like hasty fashion. Hey Abs, how's it going? Yeah, Tiger Maxi, I moved over the last like 2 weeks, about 2 weeks. So I was just kind of missing for a while there, but yeah. So here's an example. Let's pause the timer for a second. Let's go to doodad time. So here's an example of what I'm talking about. I've got this box of stuff.
My job is to train you for the fight of your life.
Shalala shalala la cha chalala la la cha cha chala shalala la 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 choco lolo lili lolo lili lolo lolo le 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 me 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 le le me pe me pe me ne me ne me ne me ne le.
Slush Cat, thank you for the 100 bits. So I got a lot of stuff, and some of the stuff is like the language of love. French is. So yeah, so check this out, right? I got this. I don't know where this is from. It's a video card of some kind. Two 56 megabyte PCX. GeForce 6800U. Whatever that means, right? And yeah, it's dual DVI, and it looks like it has it's either a Genlock port or an S-Video output for some reason. So, like, I have this. I don't know where it came from. I don't know why I have it. Do I need it? Is there any reason for me to keep it? There's this. There's this. It's a iPhone 3 something. It's an iPhone 3, but I'm not sure if it's a 3G or a 3GS. Bill Bull with the raid and the host somehow. Welcome. The Guesty, thank you for the 100 bits.
For using Final Fantasy cheat maps, the smell of moi Fravenstein will destroy you. Who are the Patriots? The Lalilo Laylo point d'interrogation inversé 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 point d'interrogation inversé.
Bill Bull. 17 months. $17 Thank you, Bill Bull.
Finally, エイリアルファンタジーゲーム。
Finally. So here's the thing. I have a... I don't know if you can see it. No, that's the Pentium 3. I have the XP machine. It's an XP workstation with a 6800 Ultra. It's like perfectly tuned for playing games on Windows XP. It's like a Dell workstation. It's built for high-end video game stuff. And like a reverse start is smaller on the inside than on the outside. That's the thing, right? Is that like I could build probably 2 or 3 XP machines out of parts that I have. Do I need to? I never packed up the Virtual Boy. I transported the Virtual Boy separately because I wanted to make sure that I didn't damage it. Restricted Area runs great on the XP machine that I already have, right? So that's the thing, right? Is what do I gain from keeping some of this stuff, right? I've got others too. I got a GTX 280 for some reason. Also 2 DVI and a weird port. Is that a 9-pin? No, an 8-pin mini DIN. Don't need this. Yeah, I was wearing it. I've got one of these cables. Where's the other end of this? These things tangle real easy. Hey, Retro Revenge. It's Final Fantasy 1. Taking a quick break to describe my plans regarding the popular Doodad Time segment that we sometimes do here, and kind of what it's going to look like going forward. But we'll be back to the game. We'll be back to the game in just a few minutes. I got one of these cables. It's basically HDMI on one end, and then 2 different types of USB on the other end, and it's designed to allow output from certain mobile phones that use a USB Mini B connector. I don't know which phones it works with. But here's the thing. That's one box. I have maybe a dozen boxes like that. Full of crap. Just full of absolute crap. And I don't know what the solution is, right? Like, this was a dead end, right? There's no point in going there. Also, I think it was Guesty that mentioned cheat maps. These are maps that came with the game. These came with the game when you got it as a... these were pack-ins. It looks like there's literally nothing else in this level other than the other exit. Oh, this is not great. Hydra. Right? Yeah, there's boxes of cables and antique hardware and a whole bunch of stuff that I've kind of recently proved to myself.
Was there something else, Buzz?
D, thank you for the host. I kind of recently proved to myself that throwing out old hardware, or rather, keeping old hardware has long-term benefits, right? Map is really hard to read. No, I wouldn't be able to use them for mining or anything like that. It's weird because, like, oh, what's gonna be the good path through here? I guess down first. Like, I feel like a bunch of the hardware is gonna be basically Pepsi points. Yeah. Yeah, I can get like coins that are worth less than the electricity you spend to mine them. Retro coin. There's probably already a retro coin. Can somebody look up how much a retro coin is worth right now? It's Gray W. How much do you want to bet this guy has an instant death attack? You know what's funny is a while back, a friend of mine. Oh no! a while back. Hey, welcome, Ultra Kitty. Oh yeah, our giants. Nice. Yeah, it's good to be back. A while back, I think it was like 2009, 2010 or something. A friend of mine was like, "It will be, yeah." I spent yesterday rather than streaming extra time yesterday. I took my time to set up the DOS PC and make sure it was working. I actually had to pull it out and rearrange some of the internal stuff because like one of the fan cables had gotten like out of, or one of the power cables had gotten out of place and was rubbing against a fan. They just copied Wikipedia on that. I just copied Wikipedia. What part am I in now? Here. But yeah, the that is incredibly shady. Lord. Oh, treasure. Pure potion. Ice sword. Ice sword is like the best weapon, right? I played a little bit of one of the early Monster Hunters on PSP. And I played 4184. Wow. Defense is even better than ice. Dang. And I played I played a tiny bit of the one on Wii that I thought was really good, but unfortunately on Wii. And then I played a bunch. I played the PS4 World one. Is it World? Flame Shield. Yeah, I think all of the gray W's. All the great W's are set fights. Yeah, what was I gonna say? I played Monster Hunter World. I played right up to high rank and like a little bit into high rank. Once on PS4 and once on Windows. And I liked it, but there were some things about it that I feel fell really short, unfortunately. Games like that I like to play co-op with my friends. And they go to extraordinary lengths to prevent you playing their video game co-op with your friends. Like, they really do not want you playing that co-op. This guy get fired? He's strong against fire. I hope he doesn't kill me instantly. Oh, we got him. Hey, Taters Games, how's it going? No, I was talking about Japanese co-op is what I call it. It's certainly not limited to Japanese games. It's just more commonly found there. This one being on PlayStation 4 and on Windows, and it had the same problems in both. Yeah. I wish I could do that in real life. Wouldn't that be great? I'd be going in the dungeon all the time. Don't cremate me. Yeah, just open box. Hey, a house. Yeah, the Wii was what? The like fastest selling video game console in the history of the world. I think it would have done better on the software side if they'd like, you know, kept their whole deal of like not allowing total trash garbage on it. Wii U was bad, yeah. $50. Yeah, I knew it. Oh, no, this might be a regular encounter. But that was it, right? Like, everybody wanted to buy into the biggest market share. It's the same thing that happened on, with like the iPhone marketplace and Android marketplace, where, you know, everybody wanted a piece of it. And so what they did was they were just like, you know, it doesn't matter. Just get something out there as quickly as possible to take advantage of this huge market base. And it turns out that wasn't a great idea. Man, can you imagine if somebody did like full Wii challenge? Like Mr. Radon's 100% N64 challenge, except for Wii. Can you imagine that? 100% every Wii game. That would be incredible. Yeah, can you imagine, like, just and having to 100% it? 1,598 games. That seems low. Yeah, that seems low. Does Moby Games cite a different number or show a different number? Okay. Oh man. Digital only WiiWare stuff. That sounds true dank. Moby Game says 2601. Probably closer, but it can't be. It can't be right. Right? Like... That's... Very good. Okay, this guy hates ice. Oh no, I shouldn't have used Ice 2. I think this guy has like an instant death hit. Am I? Hold on a second. How do I read this? Chimera. Green, gray worm. Oh. Oh. It can use Quake, can't it? It can use Quake. That's the risk on that guy. Grey Worm can just instant kill your entire party, huh? They bum-fuzzled games. Yeah, I don't remember how far I got in this game. Like, I have my notes from when I was 10. Left Empty, how's it going? I have my notes from when I was 10, and according to my notes here, I beat Carrie at level 12. I'm level something else in here. Level 18 at least, if not 19 or 20. And I still haven't beaten Carrie. So apparently I got this far before, but like not. I don't know. I don't know how far I got before is the problem now that I'm facing.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
231 hot thumbs. Thank you for the follow. Right? It seems pretty low. Left Empty. 9 months.
Back to normal, Duke de normal.
Back to normal. Duke to normal. If I was an animal, what animal would I be? I'd probably, probably go for cat. I like their attitude and, be honest. Like, if you're like, if I could have the schedule of a cat, like a house cat, I think that'd be pretty good. Dude, duck nuts. It hasn't been doing its special attack, and I'm incredibly worried that it's going to, and then... Oh, cats do have enemies. I mean, like any larger... Yeah, we get some sun here. A little bit more sun. There is, Yeah, this is good. This is like 4 potions. Larger larger carnivorous animals are dangerous to cats, but like if you're a house cat. Oh man, red D. Yeah, that's fine. Good. Got him. Can't hold anymore. What if I just drop this cap? What if I just drop this fucking regular ass cap that I can keep the flame shield? Yeah, coyotes are a big danger for cats. Can you wear flame armor? You can. If they just gave you like twice as many, or like if they gave you like a 16 slot inactive inventory that you couldn't use in combat, I think this would have not had any problem with the inventory management. I just want to sit around all day and have somebody bring me food. And have people like... Have people be, what's the word I'm looking for? Have it be endearing to people when I, like, lash out at them in anger. You know? Oh, interesting. I was just giving him... You can't use that, can you? It's fine. But, like, it's like... Say, oh, cats lick their butt. It's cat stuff, It's only gross to us because we're humans, right? But let's be honest. Let's be honest here. There's a very large contingent of people out there who would probably lick their own butts if they were flexible enough to. Right? Exactly. There you go. I think a large majority of people would be doing that. But again, like, that's just my pick because, I like cats. I think they're pretty good. I think they have a nice, easy life, and they should, a life a pet should have. Well, I mean, you're talking about, of all of the stuff that I have packed up, what would I choose to take in an emergency? Versus, like, because, like, as it is right now, it's like, well, I can get my mister. Oh, man, that's a good one, Marmot. Capybara and a Japanese hot spring. That's a good choice. Well, I mean, it's right here, right? The mister is right here. If it was, what, if it was down to, like, a limited number and not, like, difficulty or ease of moving something, obviously the host PC would be first, right?
My God, that's fantastic.
Hitch, thank you for the raid. Welcome, we're playing Final Fantasy 1. we're eventually gonna find the boss of this dungeon. Yeah. Oh, there's a raid in there too. A raid and a host. Yeah, that's the question, right? Ultra Kitty is like, if I pick up my computer, that's the only thing I'm carrying. But also, like, it probably has the most difficult to replace content on it. Similarly, the library would probably be the second thing. I'd even be the first, right? Because all the stuff on my PC is mostly backed up somewhere. But it's like the library would be up there as well. But that's only if you're counting by number and not by bulk. I see the raid here. I see that there is a raid thing. So, empty treasure. Oh man, the gamekeeper. But we're just talking about electronics, not other stuff. It shows me 18 here, so I think we're good. I think it did raid. I think you're good. What are you playing today, Hitch? Off top right. Just got the two bottom ones to do. Oh, the GoldenEye leak. How is that? I saw, was it Mr. Radon was playing GoldenEye? Regular GoldenEye? Oh, nice. Nice. I would very much like to get a cat, yeah. I want to make sure my living situation is going to be much more stable than it has been. I want to make sure my living situation is much more stable. I don't want to... Last thing I want to do is get a pet and then move. I think that's unfair. I think that's unfair to your pet, you know? If you're thinking about getting a pet and you get one before a move you know is coming up, I think that's, you know... I think that's a little unfair, so I'm going to wait until things are settled down, stabilized. I know I'm going to be in the place I'm going to be for many years. Yeah, that's tough, Dana. The great part about having a cat is, like, especially with streaming stuff, you know, if you're streaming and the cat interrupts your work, it just makes it better. I forget what comic it was. But there was I remember seeing a comic about naming a cat, and all the names that they were suggesting in the comic were like Soviet leaders or something. And the final one in the comic is the only one I remember, which was Vladimir Putin. They were all Soviet leader puns. I think one of them might have been Chairman Meow. I think one of them, my niece actually has a cat named Chairman Meow. I think one of them was Nikita Kutschev. good. Everybody leveling up. Okay, this is gonna be the boss, right? There's nowhere else to go. Yeah, this is the boss. Yeah, cats. Cats are great. I grew up with a whole bunch of cats. Our cats had good names. It was like we didn't name the cats right away, or like decide on names ahead of time. But like we had a cat named Little Kitty because she was the smallest. She was the smallest cat in. She was the smallest kitten in her litter. We had a cat named Butterball because he was like, just like, he was like a light brown color, almost yellowish. But he was very round as a kitten. There was one. There was one we named Tuffy because he would attack anytime we vacuumed. He would go like attack the vacuum cleaner and like stand up on his back paws and like posture at it. We had one kitten like found her way, like she was very fond of finding her way underneath the sofa and collecting all of the dust under there, and would come out just covered in dust. So we named her Dusty. Is it you, the tinder that defeated the fiend of the earth and disturbed my sleep? I, Carrie, will now show you the force of fire, and you shall burn in its flames. All right, Carrie. It's Carrie. This is the good one, right? Easy to dodge. Fast. Fast dead, quick shot. 8 hits. 8 hits. Hey, Big Mitch, how's it going? Does she actually use fire? Don't know, we'll find out. We're out of ice 3s. Yeah, she does with ice 2. Hey, Horace, how's it going? 6 hits. Critical hit. I might be a little over leveled. 618 points. 3,000 gold. Got her. And there was a red giant hiding underneath her. Level up. Level 24. Best Final Fantasy game. It's hard to say. I am a big fan of Final Fantasy V. But oh right. I gotta put. I don't know where my pencil is. Hold on a second. Let's pause the. That's fucking Crystal Keepers, or what's it called? Yeah, what is my level? It's 24, right? Level 24. Yeah, level 24. Let me Oh, was it? Or was it only 23 on some people? Did all 4 people level up? What's the mobile tower defense game? Hold on a second. Let me see if I have that pencil around here somewhere. Just Dad leveled. So everyone else was 24. I'm going to call that 24. Okay. Yeah, we got to write this down. We got the gamekeeper. Okay. We're level 24. 24. Date completed. 2. 6. 21. There we go. Next up is Beat Kraken.
Bless, bless.
Types of Donut, Badoucha Adirasam Goulab Jamin Cantan Zouloubia Soufganias Truffoli Pignolata Guanti Bastoncello Scadate Disepol Donzel Fritel Grispelli Ciambelli Bombolonis Fingis Atarandaji Borsaki Mandazi Mahamri Mandala Chapsal Bagne Tieuji Ochao Kezalabiye Prusurat Vitum Boa Pampouchoki Pismalnim Gobji Bambalouni Chalpak Kano Mong Tian Tian Chuan Munk Bimweller
Thank you for the 300 bits.
Fingi Pax Kibinang Kaliort Bakel Olibolen Svenj Bunwelo.
Continue light, continue light.
Types of Donut, Neya Ulezus Ayungia Tikwaza Gao Jindio Ishian Dio Izami Anquania Ujagua Imiano Ogbofloto Bunuelo Rosca Fritelli Triges Primostansk Fritul Istarski Kukarini Krostul Krafne Krofna Krafna Pokladniche Lukuma Dwe Vito Chilno Berlien Imanki Pispanmanki Donitsi Mankirin Kilabofro Sevingi Tiple Lukumad Malazada Fanklango Klenurangir Klenur Berlinar Bolur Astarp un Gargulgula Avade.
Welcome.
Oh man, elephant ears. Bear claws and elephant ears.
Types of Donut, Ring Twisted Beaver Tail Crulé de Chi tout un Maple Barium Yum Crulé Vanissi Old Fashion de Dropped Boston Cream Potato Sour Cream Cider Symbol Cook Bear Claws Elephant Ears The Fasten Art Frying Saucer The Fennel Cake Bear Signs Brown Bobby Long John The Free Bread Beignet Ponchic Tukalik Chiki The Crepel Factura Kitchen Urban Berliner Krapfen Smooth Bolen Croustillant Oli Bolen Koblia Bunuelo Sonyuku Igalang Poniche qui make it sa puff puff.
My favorite type of donut is a cider donut.
Sticks to snakes.
Coldron $2 canadien fuck off.
Hey, thank you for the 100 bits. I don't know what you got against Cauldron 2. Seems like a really easy, fun game. Oh man, change to Justin. It's time for Justin. There it is. Justin.
Types of Ninja, Academy Student. Jeunin. Chutenin. Jounin. Special Jounin. Cage. Ambu. S-Class.
Kaj. Cider donut. Hold on a second. Something's bugging me. I'll be right back. Cider donuts are not made. They're made to be eaten with cider. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Oh, hey, there's a hype train. There's a hype train on. Get this started back up. Dickens brand cider. Is this a place where I can buy heal potions really fast? Yes, it is. Hey, this machine hugs. How's it going? Yeah. Got the move done.
Hattori Hanzo, the greatest ninja. Although he lived like a samurai, Hattori Hanzo was born in Iga, a place known for the ninja clan but no established samurai clan. He started training in the northern part of Kyoto when he was only 8. He was a great spikeman who used a spear longer than 4 meters. His fame started spreading when he was 20 years old after saving the daughters of Tokugawa Ieyasu from the Kaminogo castle.
Born in IGA. Justin got a little, thank you, Ultima, for the 100 bits. Justin got a little, accelerated there when he was talking about Tokugawa Ieyasu and the Kaminogo castle. Top boss, thank you for the 100 bits.
Seaweed shake with pure hydrogen peroxide. Of course.
Unleash the spiders.
The spiders. Thank you for the 100 spiders, top boss. Oh man, oh, I gotta mark this as complete.
Oh no, here we go ag and cat.
Taters Games, thanks for the 100 bits.
Welcome back.
Dr. CDCS, thank you for the 100 bits. Good to be back. Good to be back.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Mario Verde Live, thank you for the follow.
Hamsha, here, have some water of life. Repetitive stock gulping sounds play. My, you're thirsty. Oh my goodness. She freezes again.
Also, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh man. Would I like to be a TTS voice? Okay, we're done. We're done with heal potions. Good. I think that making TTS voices off of real humans is probably folly.
Types of donuts rings with Danny Vertek Dutton and maple bars yums curlers vanities old fashioned dropped Boston cream potato soy cream cider Simbolala cook their claws out of and thirst fast nights sprang soccer spinal cakes bursines brown bobby long johns free bread beans ponchik two kalik shikis crepel futuras kitchener bun berliner crappens manabal and kraus tillins ali ball and kubli habun ulas and hooky lang bonish kimikitsis puff puff. Fainaru Fantaji.
Thank you, Mac. Thank you, Mooware. 100 bits.
Girls who want boys who like boys to be girls who do boys like their girls who do girls like their boys always should be someone you really love. Girls who want boys who like boys to be girls who do boys like their girls who do girls like their boys always should be someone you really love. In the darkest nightmare hour, when not moon or sun has risen, I take Zelda in my power, I shall keep her in my prison. Link, golly, picks up his deflated remains.
Also, thank you for the 100 bits. Tot Boss, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh man. See, here's the thing. If the text to speech was too natural or like too high quality, I would be like, you know what? It's not desirable to me. I want one that's like kind of messed up, kind of stupid, you know? Because if it's kind of stupid, then like it's gonna have weird stuff that happens. Right? If it's just a voice reading back whatever you tell it, then I don't know. There's not that much. It's not that interesting to me, right? Yeah, exactly. You got to get it right to the edge of the uncanny valley and no further. I should trade this, right? I should trade ice to this guy
Sticks to snakes.
and flame to him. At. Ultimate, thank you for the 100 bits. Justin shot you down. Just that. At. Hey, Big Mitch. Any tips for getting into streaming? If you're just getting into streaming, I got two big recommendations. Number one, stream stuff that keeps you interested. Stream stuff that you like. Don't worry too much about building an audience or being successful, especially very early on.
Sticks to snakes.
Thank you, Hazemaker. Thank you, Ultimo. Oh! You let the air out of him. Thank you, Ultimo. But yeah, number one, stream stuff that you enjoy, right? That interests you. You're going to be positive about and have a good time with. Even if nobody's watching, even if you get 0 viewers, if you can sit down and play a game and enjoy it, talk about it, turn your mind inside out, basically, you'll have a better time of it than if you try to like catch whatever wave people are doing. Prophecy. Tater's Caves, thank you for the 100 bits. Horse shines, fiends. But here's the thing, right? Is that that's only one part of it, right? That's how you can enjoy streaming and not get caught up in the kind of mindset of like, man, I'm gonna have to stream 8 hours a day to really make it. You don't, right?
Tipsy coops.
Stick to snakes.
Wait, what? Ultimate, thank you for the 100 bits. Slushy Cat, thank you for the 100 bits.
My job is to train you for the fight of your life.
Duke, you tell us to stream stuff we enjoy, then make me play Cauldron. And yes, I know it was Dana, but you totally PM Dana to get me to play Cauldron 2. Which is even more BS than Cauldron 1. Don's game, 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 Don's game.
Don's game. Donna. So, well, that's because you didn't even play Cauldron 1, which I requested. Thank you, Ultimo, for that. So, so I think I'm going to the right place. That's the way that you keep yourself, I don't know, sane, right? How you don't like mess up your feelings about video games and streaming. Is do it for fun, right? Just have fun doing it, and you won't hate it. Top Boss, thank you for the confusing bits. Thank you for the confusing bits. What? What? Why did he say Kiss Cat? Oh, these things are awful to fight. I forgot that. Diskette. So then the second thing is, oh, they just give you no gold. That's what it was. Right. That's fine. The second part of it is, if you want to build an audience, build a community, that kind of thing, right? Like, what I recommend is, there's a lot of bad advice out there on how to, like, grow your community, and they have all of these, like, I don't know what the TTS on donations is right now. I think it's Justin. It's Justin or Mizuki, yeah, on the donations. So the other thing is that there's a lot of advice out there on how to grow your audience and all this stuff, right? And almost 100%, almost 100% of the advice that I see about that is it's aimed at reducing it into like specific compartmentalized things you can do that will magically improve your audience and make people want to watch you. And I don't think that's very good advice to most people, right? Because like microphone is the most important part. It's I can't think of a specific example of that. But camera is not that important. Green screen is 0% important unless you live in like a huge pigsty. But I mean, fucking look what's behind me. Ashen Circle. There was a possibility on early battery-backed games.
If you want to grow your audience, be sure they get lots of sunlight, fresh soil and are hydro-homey till the end, and they'll sprout in no time at all. Miracle Grow may or may not help, depending.
Fabulous, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, unless you live in a total worse shithole than I do, in terms of mess. I have a lot of clutter. Warriors, if you have Oxy Ale, the mermaids wait, help them. It's not really something that you want to, right? And like the green screen is not at all necessary. A cam is optional, even, especially when you're starting out. And then the mic is important because it means you don't have to stop playing the game to communicate with your audience. Your layout, right? Your layout doesn't matter. Go back and look at my layout from 2.5 years ago. It's barely changed. 90s living room. It's a good Google search. Oh man, we're in the water temple now. I don't think I have a map to this place. Yeah, no map here. So, yeah, this is good music. Alright, this is the one with...
The key to best stream is me. Just an
Yeah, he like messed the initial stuff up. I wasn't expecting that. So a big thing is that if you were to believe what other people say, right? They're like, "Oh, you got to come up with a name for your community and like have all these like stupid little things," and it's fine to do that, right? It's just that shouldn't be your initial first go-to thing, right? Absolutely the best way to expand your community and the people who are interested in watching you is be a human being. be excited about things, right? Talk to people. Go out of your way to find people who are playing games that you like, and talk to people, right? Talk to them like like you'd talk to, you know, friendly strangers, we'll say, right? Chubo, how's it going? Oh, did you put original Bungle's human mouth in there? Not yet. One day. And like, too scary. They'll get rejected. They'll get reported.
Okay, that was embarrassing. Keep it together, Justin. Don't mess up, Justin. My name is Justin. I can say Justin. Justin, 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 Justin.
Oh man. Mr. Radon, thank you for the 100 bits. Diggle with 23 months. And the rare alert. He's dead.
シャークバトルトル
Sick Shark Battle. Diggle, thank you for 23 months. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Sick Shark Battle. But yeah, the big thing is like, you know, it's like, have fun, right? Like, do stuff that you enjoy and that you like telling other people about, and then talk to other people about stuff they enjoy, right? Like, you know, those of you who stream have probably seen me around. Like, I pop up in everybody's streams because, like, I like to see what people are doing, and I like talking about it and figuring out what they're doing and learning about the games other people are playing too, right?
I can hear strange
Rubber
music.
Kitty, thank you for 3 months
It's
with
really
Prime.
here. I feel as if I'm in a strange world.
サブランアウト MID ストリームデュークディチップ
Duke do Chippu. Oh, that's good. But yeah, like you'll find an audience, right? Whatever it is that you do. One of the key things is just that like don't pop into other people's streams and be like, you know, oh hey, check out my stream, right? That's not how humans communicate. That's good. Bungle's human arms, yeah. But you know, like, it's a conversation, right? You wouldn't go up to somebody on the street and just hand them your business card, right? Like, that's not how humans work. But if you go and you hang out and people see you in the recommended bar, they're like, hey, I know that person from so-and-so's chat, right? They're going to be more likely to click on it and see what you're about. They'll hear about you somewhere else, right? And like when J52, that's exactly what it is. It's check out my check out my rap demo. That was what it was. That was what it was around here for the longest time. Somebody give you a fucking CDR.
Also, don't forget to go live just before your mate is finishing. Hashtag Justin's Top Tips Buffalo Horn 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 Kiss.
Kiss! That's Kiss. Huh. Hazemaker, thank you for the 100 bits. Scary teeth, oh bungle. Yes! Yes! Oh, that's perfect. I assume that's from somebody's channel, the channel emote. So, oh, here we go. Sea troll, lobsters. Yeah, like play stuff you like, have fun, and that's good. That's good. Chubo whackers. Like the big thing I say is like stream regularly, right? But it doesn't have, you don't need to have a schedule, right? Stream a couple of times a week. 2 or 3 times a week, you're good. The there is a requirement for if you do end up going for partner, there's a requirement that you stream 3 times a week for a total of 12 hours per week. Yeah, and yeah, absolutely. Chubo's absolutely right. Take breaks if you need to, right? Like, don't let streaming become something that isn't fun and enjoyable to you, right? Don't let it control you, right? I stream because I fucking love it. It's fun, you know? And if it wasn't fun, I would stop. So, yeah, like take breaks. People will come back, you know? If you feel like you need a break, take a break. People will be there when you come back. And you know what, Dana? I encourage you to stream, but if you're not feeling up to it, that's totally fine. I'll be very happy when you do stream, but... Oh, nice, Kodelka. That's a cool game. Here's the thing, like, I'll be honest about like my personal situation with regard to Twitch and income and stuff. If I didn't live in Los Angeles and I lived in like a reasonably inexpensive area of the country, but still had high-speed internet, I could probably make streaming a full-time job. And I'm tiny as partners go, right? I certainly could not have a year ago, but I've been, you know, with the pandemic and everything, I've increased the amount that I stream, and it's like I stream like 3 or 4 times a week, and that would be sufficient. I would not need to do this 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. I don't know about that, Dana. I just fucking I just turn on the thing and go. the only like conscious thing that I do to with regard to like streaming as a thing is lower the barrier of entry to make it as easy as possible to begin streaming, right? Light axe. I forgot to sell my garbage. 104. Yeah. Yeah. Very, very lightweight axe. It's like, here's the thing, right? I don't think streaming is some like innate thing where you're like super good at it or not super good at it, right? Like, it involves a set of skills that you can practice and become better at, and it involves a lot of personal preference, right? There's some people who have huge egos and they like.
You don't have to be rich to be my girl. You don't have to be cool to rule my world. Ain't no particular sign I'm more compatible with. I just want your extra time and your love. Yes.
Mr. Radon, thank you for the 100 bits. So yeah, like it is a set of skills that it's more about whether or not you like it, right? If you turn on the stream and you turn on your microphone and you're like, holy shit, I feel awful. I'm nervous and I'm nervous and I'm just like feeling really bad about where I am. I feel uncomfortable in my own skin. That's funny, Ashton Circle. Like, if you don't like it, if you don't like that feeling of communicating and connecting with people, and you have to think on your feet a little bit, then it might not be something you want to do, right? It might be attractive for the video game portion of it, but Ultra Kitty, I think Ashen Circle might have some issues with the flashing in the game, and it's really hard to predict when it will happen. So I totally understand that. Because like every combat we get like screen flashing and stuff, and I wish there was a way to reduce or remove that, but unfortunately. Anyway, what I was gonna say is, if you don't enjoy being public and visible, you might not like streaming in general, right? So, the experience might not be good, and you might not be able to reach that first advice that I give, right? Which is, make sure you're doing something that you enjoy, right? Yeah, there you go, and that's something that's extremely helpful in doing any kind of like streaming activity. I haven't kept a list of that, really. I probably should do better at that. But, yeah, like, look at that. It's rough. The only thing I know for sure is light gun games are like light gun games are a huge problem. Can't hold anymore. That's got to be armor, right? I can drop the silver bracelet. Opal armor. Huh. But is having ice and fire resistance better than that? Maybe? Do I want to exit? Yeah, I gotta work on that. I believe there's a way to port the filter. A's, thank you for the host. Let's exit. And the funny thing is that, like, folks.
Was there something else, Buzz?
Graticus, thank you for the host. I'm not some, like, social wizard. I'm not like normally going out with my billions of friends and like doing crazy orgy stuff or whatever. I'm like I'm kind of an introvert, right? Like, just in general. But I've learned to enjoy talking to people and having conversations and, you know, having fun in a social environment, right? It's not that I'm uniquely accustomed to it or something. It's something that I learned to enjoy, so, you know, why not? I don't know what attack that is. But like, beef water. Just throw the beef water on him.
Line 2, Billy Bob.
F.A. hurts.
It was huge. It was heading for lunch. It ain't my poodle.
Billy Bob's doing Duco again. It's an eerie, unsettled evening on the desert, boys and girls, in this town without pity. Here's City Without Sin.
Steps to Successfully Retro Streaming 1メム2 Don't Be A ディックさん Get Hosted by Mac454 シュートザエレクトペニス5スマイル6ドリンク A ウォームキャンオブビア7スマック A クレーピジョンウィズ A ケーン8ロックユアセルフイン A ストレージロッカー
F.A. hurts. Thank you for 13 months and the walkthrough. Slushy Cat, thank you for the 100 bits. But yeah, like, here's the thing. here's like, I'll be honest, right? I had a unique opportunity. I absolutely did benefit from Macaw hosting me. And part of that was I figured out how to beat the Broken Land. And I figured out how to beat the Broken Land in 7 hours. And so I did, right after Macaw hosted me. That was Ashen Circle. That was from Hey, it's the mermaids. I forgot to sell all my shit. That's why I was going back to town in the first place. It was part of the thing. Oh no, there's no weapon or armor shop in this town. Shit. There's no weapons and armor shop. And I go all the way back. Fuck. Hey, Flora's Lava, how's it going? Oh man, cheese talk. I want some cheese. I don't think so. Wisconsin. That sounds good. Bold and distinct. Yeah, when it was easier to access GPT-2 for neural network walkthroughs, Macaw was playing some game, and I don't know, Ultra Kitty. I don't know if I'll be playing that. So he was playing some game and he didn't know what to do, and there was a weird thing, like a weird I don't know, pillar kind of thing in the game, and you did have to shoot it. So I wrote the starter text to the GPT-2 thing. I included the last instruction I included was shoot the erect penis. And it was well received by folks. People thought it was quite funny. A raid I was playing Might and Magic 5. That would have been early this year, right? Yeah, it became an instant classic for sure. Silver Sword we don't need, right? Giant Sword we don't need because that doesn't work. Can I get a confirmation on that? Oh, Dinosaur Edutainment. Yeah, Magical Dinosaur Tour, possibly. Yeah, Giant Sword is bugged. That's what I thought. As is the Dragon Sword. I have the Dragon Sword. I told Dot I was going to do that. She was like, you're an asshole. And I was like, it's funny. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Is that I always try to just pop into people's streams, have a fun time, have a good laugh with folks. And the armor store here is destroyed. Fuck. I gotta go to another different town. Is that right? No, there's the armor store. Good. But yeah, I was very lucky early on Silver shield we don't need. I had figured out how to play the Broken Land and how to avoid one of the major bugs in the game. And so I woke up late when Macaw was streaming it again, and I was like, dude, like, there's a bunch of shit you can do. And he was like, at this point, by the point that I joined the stream, he was like getting all frustrated, and he was like, this game's impossible. Nobody could beat this game. And I was like, dude, I'll fucking beat this game right now. I was like, I don't remember how to do like the stream setup stuff because I haven't streamed in like a year. I had before that. Ishaktar, holy shit! 5 gift subs.
Music.
Holy shit!
It's really eerie here. I feel as if I'm in a strange world.
Holy shit! Thank you for 5 gift subs. You all got gift subs. Gula 266, Cadrom, Eduardo Manteca, Sakanakau, and Gorilla 11B. Enjoy your subs. Oh, thank you so much, Ishaktar. 5 gift murders. What am I going up here? But yeah, I was like, dude, I'll fucking beat this game right now. And so I just we don't want to fight this. So I was like, dude, I'll spin it up right now. And so I started up OBS.
It's really eerie.
And like, I don't know, about 5 minutes later,
in a strange world.
Started streaming. And like, the last time I had streamed had been like, I don't know, 6 months prior, streaming like Skyrim to 0 people.
I can hear strange music. It's really eerie.
Yeah, TMNT.
I feel as if
Man,
I'm in
there
a
is some
strange
salt.
world.
Oh man. Yeah, Grimblood was awesome. Love Grimblood. So I played all the way through the Broken Land in one sitting in like 7.5 hours or something. And what kind of struck me at that time is like, because I had followed through on Macaw. Macaw raids before, and usually, right, like usually there's kind of a pattern, right, which is you get a raid from Macaw. At the time, it was like 200 or 300 people coming in on the raid, and over the course of the next couple of hours of stream for whoever was, hey, Emperor Francis, welcome. For whoever was streaming, you'd usually see that 200 drop down to maybe like the 40 to 60 range, right? I was fortunate that I was playing something explicitly related to what Macaw had been playing, and Macaw was sticking around in the chat because he didn't believe me, and so it was a kind of a perfect storm of like having the right content, having a lucky host, and all of that stuff coming together to kind of give me a huge boost right at the start of what I consider my like real streaming career. Such that like, you know, it was like over 100 people sticking around for the duration of like 7.5 hours. So that like helped out tremendously. I'm very, very lucky to have had that opportunity. But at the same time, it's like I think that was very formative in like the style of presentation that I use and that kind of stuff, because it guided how I do the presentation of streaming and stuff like that. I was very inspired by by Ex Mortis, Chubo, Macaw, a few others, just to be like positive and have fun with the games, right? So I was like, that was the first thing on my mind, rather than being nervous about streaming to a couple hundred people, was just, hey, you know what? Have fun, be positive, and it's probably going to be a good time, right? And I think that helped me more than anything else, really. Just because I think people were more attracted to that than if I was like, you know, talking shit about the game or whatever, right? People were just happy to see me playing a game that I was enjoying, that I thought was as cool as Macaw thought it was, and actually figuring out a way to get through it and kind of explaining what I was doing along the way. But that huge boost got me to affiliate after about a week of streaming, which is incredible, right? Like, that's a huge start, getting to affiliate. If you're streaming to one or two people each stream and you're like having a hard time getting there, getting to affiliate, it can be really demoralizing, because you'll be like, it seems so far away to get 3 average viewers over the course of, like, I think it's like a week or two or whatever, right? And like, you know, streaming a certain amount of time to reach affiliate. But all it really takes, you know, is having good content that people like to watch, you know? So be positive, enjoy what you're doing, and you know, have something that's attractive to people. And, you know, if you get a host or a raid from like somebody with 20 or 30 viewers, if you get just a couple people stick around and decide to come back for your next stream, and they like it and they come back for another stream, well, now you've got it, right? So it's just getting that one big opportunity. Opal Bracelet. Hey, Rusty, how's it going? It's getting that one big opportunity to like figure out what's good for you and who it is, right? 3270. $42.70. Excellent. Now, the question is, Opal armor? I have a thing, right? Am I reading this wrong, or is the thing wrong? 4270.
Incoming chat request.
The thing is wrong. Okay. Alright, so that's the Opal Bracelet, which is in the wrong place. Memes. Opal armor.
Welcome.
Slushy Cat, thank you for the 100 bits. I don't think I want to... I want to exit again, right? Holtzy wants to change the TTS voice to not Justin. Let's do, uh-oh.
Just gotta try this one for a longer.
Slushy Cat, thank you for the 100 bits.
HB accused failed EEE3 Exhibition. Jao do dabba dabba for boss.
For boss! Hey, Discordia Dystopia, how's it going? Hefe Hertz, thank you for the 100 bits. We're over to Brian now for the TTS. We're on Brian, which is good. There you go, Holtzy. It was a while ago. It was a while ago. I gotta dig out my notes before I can do it again. Haze is the thing. We cannot regain the power of water. You'll become bubbles, then disappear. Oh no, bubble mermaids. You have responded to me. I don't know, lady. I just bought a bottle from a weird dude in a desert. And then got Oxy Ale. Yeah, I need to dig the notes out. They're in... I have like a like 40% chance of knowing where they are. My friend Daryl went to the land, then never returned. I've often wondered what happened. Maybe she grew legs and walked away. Daryl the mermaid. Unbelievable, you can breathe underwater? I'm impressed.
Hua Duke Donuts, thank you for streaming for us. We appreciate you streams. They wave you fun to watch and you all of you fun and genuine Pewson.
Pewson! Slushy Cat, thank you for the 100 bits and the kind words.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Wow, doot babis kedly kidyishti wobble to dad skill diddle.
Oh man. Groticus wants Justin back. We can do that. We can bring Justin back. Oh no.
1 in trillion 111 trillion 111 novin billion 111 out.
Rock, thank you for the 100 bits.
111 septillion tillion 111 sex viagin tillion 111 quindiagin tillion 111 quadriagin tillion 111 trivigin tillion 111 duovigin tillion 111 invigin tillion 111 vigin tillion 111 novin tillion 111 october tillion 111 september tillion 111 11 sextillion 111 quintillion 111 quadrillion 111 trillion 111 duodecillion 111 undecillion 111 decillion 111 nonillion 111 octillion 111 septillion 111 sextillion 111 quintillion 111 quadrillion 111 trillion 111 billion 111 million 111,111.
Lightning bolt.
Why, clearly a woodchuck would chuck all the wood that a woodchuck could chuck, if a woodchuck could chuck would do dare.
F.A. Hertz, thank you for the 100 bits. I suppose you are the legendary. Hayes, I set it up as it is very much on purpose, actually. The 2 independent cooldowns. You see, it becomes a game for viewers because the Justin cooldown is 15 minutes and the Justin cooldown is 15 minutes and the not Justin cooldown is 30 minutes. So you gotta be careful. You gotta see, is turn 2 Justin on cooldown? Because if you want to not have Justin, somebody could just immediately switch it back. Taters Games, thank you for the 100 bits.
Seaweed shake with pure hydrogen peroxide. Of course.
Taters Games, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, see, there's all kinds of strategery you can do.
Lightning bolt.
Daddy Dooku Woo Justin with the tire wet voice is gonna be bloody pain for you, I bet. The few day I went to the store and evilly one was so mean to me they told me I was too little to buy alcohol. Even though I am an adult, you might not think it to look at me, but wee wee I am.
Weeb wee. Slushy Cat, thank you for the 100 bits. Visit the shrine's top floor. The Fiend of Water, Kraken, lives on the bottom floor. Pure Potion. To unlock the Mirage Tower, the Lefanish used a musical tone. Can't hold anymore. That means it's armor, right? Gold ring sells for or gold bracelet sells for a lot, right? Yeah, I need to exit. We need to go back. We need to sell the gold bracelet. It's gonna take so long.
Wall of fire. Wall of fire.
Slushy Cat, thank you for the 100 bits. Tot Boss, thank you for the 100 bits. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Top Boss. Oh, one other thing I was gonna say about the like stream advice thing is here we go. Flushy Cat, thank you for the 100 bits. The one of the things I was going to point out is, like, I run a very stupid show here, right? Like the TTS stuff, the all kinds of stupid shit, because that's what I like. That's what I enjoy. I want people to have fun and enjoy that kind of stuff. And there's some people who, they just want to see the game played, right? They kind of want a more subdued atmosphere, less of the silly stuff, and that's totally fine, right? That's why I say it's fine for people to disagree with the type of content, the type of presentation that you do. And there are many channels out there that do things differently, right? That's why, like, to me, the thing to me is that, like,
my job is to train you for the fight of your life.
How dare you call me
Top boss. Thank you for the 100 bits. Like we do dumb stuff here, and it's all fun, right? And some people, some people will come by and they'll be like, "Oh, I can't take the TTS spam," and it's like, that's fine. It's possible this might not be the right place for those people because they're not enjoying it, right? It did kind of sound like a helicopter taking off, and that's fine. And that's one of the reasons why I say, like, create your own kind of community and
my job is to train
move things in the direction that you like.
Your life.
It's a
Yeah, Chubo gets it. You can't be everything to everyone, but you can create a type of community that suits you and that makes you happy, right? And it's like like, if you're having fun and you're doing the thing that you want to do, and you're attracting people who are into that same thing, that's the perfect, that's the perfect setup for it, right? And don't worry about, like, whether or not you're gonna get a bigger audience if you change things and do things a different way that you don't like as much. Just have fun, Like, just enjoy yourself and portray that environment to the people who are going to be around. Someone was asking before, how do I have a good community that's not, like, well, to put it plainly, that's not a huge toxic piece of shit, which can happen very easily in video game communities. And part of it is I make it really clear what I'm about and give people the option, right? Like, you can hang out with us. It's totally cool. Just be cool. Be nice to people, and there's no problem, right? Like, that in itself, fortunately not, like, there were a couple of real weirdos in the early part of January, but that seems to have kind of shaken itself out. But you know what? That kind of, it happens from time to time, and it's fine to, like, you know, you can be kind of proactive. Yeah, Chubo Chubo is definitely nailing it. Yeah, and here's the thing, right? You want to understand that everyone having fun sometimes means you have to take care of people who are making it so that other people in the community are not having fun, right? Like, it doesn't mean you have to cater to everyone who shows up. It means that the people who show up consistently and contribute positively to the community should have more of a voice and should have higher priority in what gets done, right? You don't want somebody, sometimes you gotta fish turds out of the punch bowl. Pretty much. But yeah, like, you gotta make sure that you're doing what's best for the community and not just, like,
It's really eerie.
some randos who pop
I
in.
feel as if I'm in a strange world.
This Konya Unatis Jill, I love it, and the silliness of this stream is mice balls.
A mice balls. Holtzy, thank you for 2 months. Thank you for 2 months. And for the kind words. Yeah, sometimes you gotta tell Bungle to stop whining. But yeah, the big thing is that, like, it. Sever B,
GG.
thank you for the 100 bits. Where's the fucking way to go? Down here, I think.
I can hear strange music.
And Turborks.
It's really eerie here. I feel as if I'm in a strange world.
Thank you for the 4 months.
Just here for the VIP boops 0
Excellent. I love the beat boops. You know, I gotta give credit where credit's due. Chubo actually gave me the idea for the beat boops.
Lightning bolt.
Top boss, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, right. So, like I was saying, I think the beat boop spam is hilarious. I gotta give Chubo credit for the original idea, because I used to, when I was like moving games onto USB stuff to put in the thing, like to put in the consoles, I would have to connect the connect it to USB, and when I would connect or disconnect it, it would always throw Chubo for a loop, because he'd be like, "Is that my computer? Am I beep booping?" Whoops, wrong one. And as a result, he was like, "You know what you should do is you should have a channel point reward to have the USB sounds." So I had beep and boop as separate ones. Right.
Wall of fire.
Rainbow Bungle, excuse me while I place some bits into Bungle's horrible human mouth. Om nom 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 ks 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 ks
Herp. Rusty, thank you for the 100 bits. I imagine that that didn't come out the way you expected. I think spider noises are yeah, KKKKK. Except it comes out as Are we gonna become bubbles? How do you up there somewhere? Are there even encounters on this floor? It seems like there isn't. I think if you did a vowel, I think if there's a vowel in there, it'll function. It'll function properly. There were a lot of spiders in my old place, actually.
Continue light.
The spiders are multiplying. No.
Top boss. Thank you for the 100 bits. Can't hold anymore. Can't hold anymore. Found the slab.
Rainbow Bungle, excuse me while I place some more bits into Bungle's horrible human mouth. Om nom 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 curve. Bubba bubba bobble bibble babble blub blub glug 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 nom nom nim humina humina big money no whammy go.
F.A. Hurts, thank you for the 100 bits.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for the one and only
Grumpy Gramps, thank you for the 100 bits. Rusty, thank you for the other 100 bits if I didn't say so already. Alright, so I found the slab. Opal?
Some fool said that money is now growing on trees.
Top boss, thank you for the 100 bits. Your daughter's trying to copy the TTS. Top boss, thank you for the 100 bits. Justin, we all know very well you're not human. A human. Right, we need this. We're gonna look at I'm looking at the Explorer's Handbook. Is this? No. We need the other thing. We need the Nintendo Power Guide. How far are we? Water Temple.
No hype train yet? Choo.
Sever B, thank you for the 100 bits. We do have a hype train. It's actually it's partway through. It's 22% into level 2 with 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 52 seconds remaining. Rewards of Courage. The Ice Cave. There's the volcano. Let's see here. Find the treasure first. Giant sword, silver stuff. Flame shield. Ice sword. Flame armor. 4410. 12-0. And 12-0. Right, here we go. Now I gotta figure out Castle Ordeal, none of that stuff. Old Bracelet, Zeus Gauntlet, Heal Staff.
Sticks to snakes.
F.A. Hurts.
Explorer's
100 bits.
Handbook. How about an Explorer's Hand job, am I right? Yuck, shug it, 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 choo 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 choo, spit QA who's doing it, Ethereum FT, shut up and take my money.
F.A. Hurts, thank you for the 100 bits. Cat Claw Pro Ring. The bottle, the sea shrine. Here we go. Light axe.
I can hear strange music. It's really eerie here.
Reginald J.
I feel as if I'm in a
Trotsfield.
strange world.
Sever B with the gift subs to Reginald J. Trotsfield
Line 2.
and
Boulevard.
Darren42. Enjoy your gift subs.
It was headed for Lutzy.
Sever
It
B.
ain't brutal.
Thank you for the gift subs. That's very kind of you.
Again. It's an eerie, unsettled
Enjoy
evening
all
on
the
desert
emotes.
in this town without pity. Here's City Without Sin.
I don't think I want to swap this stuff out. Right? I want to sell the Opal stuff because it's only just a little bit more. It's only just a little bit more.
Incoming chat request.
I love Mystic Quest. I think it's great. Sorry, I've been like trying to read this thing. But thank you, dude. There goes the hype train. Folks getting some emotes. Opal Bracelet, yes. Power Gauntlet, yes. Opal stuff, no. We gotta sell off the Opal stuff. Because it's worth a lot of money. What is this? To the door? Yeah, the hype kick. What am I doing here, though? Okay, hold on. I need to do some stuff. Okay, Mage Staff casts Fire 2. Light Axe casts Harm 2. Right? Wizard Staff kind of sucks, but I played Dragon Warrior 1 as part of the Gamekeeper back in August and September of last year. It took me several weeks to beat the game. Defense, I want. Flame and Ice Sword, I don't know about. I played East 1 and 2 a very long time ago. I don't know if I got the version of the game that had that, actually. One of these is... Okay, hold on a second. We gotta go back and sell the opal armor and the opal shield because I don't think they're worth it, right? Because we've got the ice armor and the flame shield. The pro ring. The only thing we really want is the opal helmet. Because it's better than the silver helmet. And then the... Right? I'm like deep in stats right now. Actually, Graticus, it's interesting you bring that up. One of the things that I'm interested in doing is coming up with various games keeper for each different system. And I have an idea of kind of how to put that together. Kind of a process that we went through towards the end of last year. Poison. I have a Saturn. It's packed up right now, but I have a Saturn with the mode in it. So I'll show you in just a moment, Big Mitch. We'll take a little doodad break. But I want to get to. I want to get to a town first. I never fucking learned the... I never learned the cure poison spell. Funny. Map? Nearest town with a thing. Change the TTS voice to Justin. We're already on Justin, right? Oh! Doing the trick, 15 minutes of not Justin. Clever. Clever. We'll go back to Brian. We didn't get very much of Brian. There we go. Back to Brian. South and then east. Yeah, hey, that's a valid strategy. It's a valid strategy. Okay. Pause. Doodad time. So this is the Nintendo Gamekeeper. It's a little booklet that Nintendo sent out in 1990, I want to say. September of 1990. If you resubscribed to Nintendo Power, you'd get this. And it's got on the other side, if you flip it over, it's got the info file. The info file is probably is probably the simpler thing. It's just like some addresses and phone numbers for different Nintendo Power departments, and then a NES players directory, so you can write down the names of your friends and what games they own and what their phone numbers are, and then you make your wish list here so you know what to get next time you are at a World of Nintendo store. And then the other side, the Gamekeeper side, got your personal data. You put your phone number, your address, and stuff. And then it's got 10 games in it. With, like, friend games and what human they belong to. It's got these little, like, major challenges. They're kind of like achievements of different games. And so, you got, like, Batman, Dragon Warrior, We got Fazanadu, or Faxanadu as they've spelled it here. Mega Man 2. Ninja Gaiden 2. Super Mario 2. Super Mario 3. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Fantastic.
Balu the Barbarian 6, thank you for the host. Welcome. Tetris and Zelda 2. And then when I was 10, you can tell the writing in pen there. I added Final Fantasy because there's 10 blank pages as well. And so they give you this little space to actually to rate the games on different metrics. Graphics, challenge, fun, play control. And when I was 10, I went through and rated the games. I also figured out personal game rating, circle 1, lame or awesome. I assumed that was, you should circle 1, lame or awesome, no middle ground. And then give it a rating of 1 to 5 on the other 4 scales. So I went back through and actually re-rated the games after having played them all the way through. The ratings in pen are my ratings from when I was a kid, and I hadn't actually played all of these games and hadn't finished most of them. But it's a very cool little booklet, and I've been working on... Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. I am going to need to take a break very soon. Nintendo Gamekeeper and Info file. You got me. I don't know why this does this. It like starts it on a weird page whenever I go here. But I scanned it, cleaned it up, and put the results up on archive. So if anyone else is interested in checking out the games in the book, giving them your own ratings, that kind of stuff, check it out. Have fun with it. That's what it's there for. I need to take a quick break. We'll talk about gamekeepers for other systems in a minute when I get back. But I will be right back.
Incoming chapter quest.
Magic missile.
When the Duke's away, the spiders come out to play. Dance game.
Stick the snake.
Dance game, 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 Buffalo thing. Delicious.
Stick the snake.
3 unvigintillion 333 vigintillion 333 novemdecillion 333 octodecillion 333 septendecillion 333 sextecillion 333 quintessillion 333 quatuordecillion 333 tridecillion 333 duodecillion 333 undecillion 333 decillion 333 nonillion 333 octillion 333 septillion 333 sextillion 333 quintillion 333 quadrillion 333 trillion 333 billion 333 million 333,333.
What have I come back to?
Duke Dochia 100 kapow 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 katakra 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 katak.
Holy shit. Hefe Hertz, thank you for 200 bits. He couldn't seem to decide between Rack Attack, Rack Attack, Rock Attack, Rucksack.
Meditating businessman, 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 meditating businessman.
Jadrock, thank you for the 100 bits. We gotta change something here. Let's go over to doodad time. This is probably the easiest way to do it. Meditating businessman. Let's just turn on automatic exposure control. That should work, right? I suppose. Oh, we can replay that. We can replay that. I got a thing around here somewhere. That's the wrong thing. That's donations. Now, let's see. Let me get through this first. Shadrock, thank you for the 100 bits. Hefe Hertz, thank you for the 200 bits. Shadrock, thank you for the 100 bits that I caught the tail end of. Shadrock, thank you for the other 100 bits that I didn't catch. Hazemaker, thank you for the 2 different instances of 100 bits that I also didn't catch. But we're going to replay your Dan's game one for you.
Dan's game, 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 Dan's game,
sounds quite sinister there.
Dan's game, Dan's game, Dan's game, Dan's game, Dan's game,
Dan's
game, Dan's game, Dan's game, Dan's game, Dan's game, Dan's game, Dan's game, Dan's game, Dan's game, Dan's game. Dan's game, 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 Buffalo think. Woman breastfeeding, beer, woman breastfeeding, beer, woman breastfeeding, beer, woman breastfeeding, beer, woman breastfeeding, beer.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Woman breastfeeding beer.
Kill seriously.
Opal.
Duke to big magnum, 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 Duke to big magnum.
Top boss, thank you for the 100 bits. They're all so generous. Oh, nice. I feel like... Oh! Hero Arat wants to change it to Justin. Can do. There we go. Justin, save settings several times. Mark as complete. See, here's the thing that I think about is that oh no.
My job is to train you for the fight of your life.
Ultimo, thank you for the 100 bits.
Streamer, carp 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 streamer, sparkles.
So, yeah, what was I gonna say? I feel like there's a really good opportunity for remaking Amiga ports of games because, like, there were a lot of hastily made Amiga ports that didn't take advantage of the system. And I feel like remaking good versions of those ports is a fine activity.
Octopus, 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 octopus.
Big Mitch, thank you for the 100 octopuses. The 100 octopus. I appreciate that.
Amiga Mortal Kombat.
Amiga Mortal Kombat. Ultimo, thank you for the 100 bits. Like, here's my thought, right? There's a whole bunch of games that got weird or shitty Amiga ports because they were given too little time, too little support by the property owners. They were like redrawing stuff off of like photographs of televisions. And the games, they were using single buttons, right? The Amiga can support what? Up to like 8 buttons or something? On its joystick port? Because you can just use a CD32 controller, right? How many buttons does that have? Yeah, the Amiga is a very interesting computer. There's some extremely interesting stuff on Amiga. Well, Dangerous Streets is an Amiga original, right?
Lightning Bolt.
I've always enjoyed the Castlevania games. I was aware there was a C64 version of the first game, but I had no idea there was also an Amiga version. This is to be the jerkiest, most unplayable heap of crap ever released on the Amiga computer. I have no idea how they thought it was suitable to release it in this condition.
Also, thank you for the 100 bits. Well, here's the thing, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, Hayes. The Amiga is probably capable of doing most of the stuff that the X68000 can do. Despite there's differences in how it would approach it, right? And maybe in how some of the color would be handled. But, like, they're very similar in terms of capability, I think. Oh, man. Brian the Lion. Come on. Come on. We're just gonna go straight back to the fucking inn. Right? Straight back to the inn.
Ghouls and Ghosts, the Mega Drive version was fantastic. The Amiga version sucked. Such a pity, as the Amiga certainly was capable of doing a near-perfect conversion. I have to say though, Tim Follin's soundtrack in Ghouls and Ghosts is one of the best I've heard on the Amiga.
Like here's the thing, right? People remake a lot of stuff that doesn't need to be remade because it's already good. I want to see people start remaking bad stuff. You know? Fix up the bad stuff. Make a fucking... Don't make Phantasy Star 1 and 2 ports, right? Do a full-blown remake of Phantasy Star 3 and actually like fill out the potential that it could have that it had, the potential, like make it live up to its potential. This just huge sprawling fucking galactic, space opera thing. Like 3 sucked because it had no operational support. It wasn't the fault of like its story or its design or any of the stuff that was done with that was planned for it. It sucked because all the towns were exactly identical and used the same like 8 tiles for all the buildings. It sucked because like there were no visual effects for the magic and the enemies had 2 frames of animation. Like go back and fix that stuff. Make a new version of it with that. But because it wasn't popular, because it was bad to begin with, people don't remake it. It was a different team, Reg, but it was still an internal Sega team. Yeah, I understand it from a business standpoint, right? Like, yeah. People will just buy the Phantasy Star 1 and 2 remake because those were like gigantic selling.
Baba remake, 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 Baba remake.
Dr. Orochi, thank you for the 100 babars. Babars. There's like one long A in there. Babar. Oops, I targeted the wrong dude. Is it just me, or are there a bunch of enemies in this game that are called Wizard, but they don't actually cast spells? They're just stronger versions of the same enemies. What was I gonna say? I think it's very cool. I think it's very cool that, like, you know how in Breath of Fire, they add X to the end of enemy names, right? To differentiate them, to call them, to identify that they are more powerful, right? Am I missing something here? Yeah, Fly X. And I think it's really cool that you have. I think it's really cool to have a thing where basically you your escalation, your stronger version of an enemy is just called Wizard. They don't have spells. They're just fucking wizard ogres because they're so good at it, like Pinball Wizard, you know? Ogre Wizard. Opal Helmet. That's one of the ones we want to keep. We'll give that to Ninja because the Ninja has... Well, we'll give that to the Knight because the Knight can actually use it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Fucking Wizard Ogre. Yeah, the splash joke. Yeah. Just replace the plot with pop culture references. What am I missing, though? Please save the sea and make the orb shine again. Suppose you are the legendary. Are we going to become bubbles? Eye Wizard. That's good. Eye Wizard is good. As long as the Fiend of Water lives, we... Oh, boo-hoo! Oh, man. To unlock the Mirage Tower, the Lefanish used a musical tone. Yeah, the Eye Wizard is what you use to install stuff on your Macintosh products, your Apple products. This is the shrine's top floor. The Fiend of Water, Kraken, lives on the bottom floor. So we go in on the second to top floor? Friend Daryl. You have responded to me. So does that mean... Is there shit over here? Like, I feel like I have missed something. Either a way to go down, and you're right, you do go up 2 floors. Either a way to go down from the 3rd floor, or a way to go down from the 4th floor that takes you to a different part that lets you go down twice. I think I got everything on this floor. F.A. Hertz, thank you for the 100 bits.
Supervillain, 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 supervillain. Elf, female sign. 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 Mage, male 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 sign. Mer person, female 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 sign.
That really messed him up. Mer person, female sign. Oh, that was good. Thank you. Thank you, F.A. Hertz. The good news is the enemies in here give you a fuck ton of XP. You know, I was looking... forget why, but I was looking up, like, what is it? Frankincense, myrrh, and gold. And I was looking at the, like, price per ounce difference. And, like, man, you know, you'd hate to be the guy who didn't bring gold. He's that one dude. He's like the one dude, like, you know, you're like, oh, no, don't worry about it. Don't give me anything expensive for Christmas or whatever. Fine, just, you know, just something small. And then, like, of, like, a group of people who have agreed to do that, one person, like, brings the, like, $500 gifts for everybody. Everybody else has, like, $10 things. And you're like, come on, dude. Come on. Did I go in here? All right, Big Mitch. Thanks for stopping by. Glad you had fun. Always glad when people stop by and have some fun. Have a good night. Did I get this? I did. Let me see if they've got this area in the menu. Send into the hole. Now, the menu only goes up to class change. I forgot to start the timer. How long have I been back? Shit, how long have I been back since I took a break? Fine. Deal with this. We can fix this. Duke Donuts videos. Good news is, you can just go to your own video and be like, there's the break. $17.40. This is what? 17:37. 20 minutes, almost exactly. Go. Start the timer back up. There we go. Oops. Fight. Oh, wait. Use harm too.
Welcome.
Use the light axe.
Kapow 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 kappa.
Hey, Bears. Thank you for the 100 bits. 100 kapows. Ghosts hit really hard. Did I miss something down here? Beef lobster. Oh man, just wiped it out.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Jay Fagel, thank you for the follow. These things are dangerous. Okay, good. Good, good, good. I gotta check. Let me check the hint book. Oh, there's one like in the far upper left, I guess. Yeah, it's a ways off. It is the new emote slot, but I don't have a new emote lined up because I've been slacking. Yeah, I've got some time. Although, who knows, like, when 350 was, like, unbelievably far away, I was like, yeah, we'll never get to that. No, I don't have to worry about that till later. And then, like, one weekend, then we got there. So... We'll see. We'll see. We can take our time. I've already got one sub incentive thing lined up already, which is doing Tritorn Final on the X68000 on this thing with real hardware, real software. But I might stream this process. I might not stream it. Yeah, there we go. That's what I was missing. But I need to calibrate the disk drive in it, and I gotta wait for a package to arrive, and then I'll be playing Tritorn Final. Japanese action RPG. Notorious Japanese action RPG.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Hey, Yomitron, thank you for the follow. There we go. Nothing in there. Nothing that way. Holy shit. Fucking guns is doing a lot of damage. That cat claw. Ghosts. Beef ghost. Heal staff? No. Okay, this goes back up. And up again. That's empty. $110 gold. Heal staff. Good, we got an attack instead of lightning. Oh, whoops. Wait a second. Brilliant. Because we're so well protected, we just use the heal staff constantly to get back some of the HP we lost to lightning. Because these guys only do 1 damage a piece. We just take a couple extra turns to fight him. Bingo. Oh man, if I get the heal helmet, that'll be good too. Ninja can use the heal helmet as well, so we'll have an immediate swap out for that. I could see that. I could see the football get up. Bunch of gold. A water. Water can do some serious damage. $70 isn't a good amount of damage to be taking. The sea troll always looks fucking stressed out. Well, actually, any of the troll sprites, I guess. They just look fucking stressed the hell out. Level up. We need to heal some folks. What's over here? Ghost Dad. Do, 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 do. Oh, chests. Oh, it's mummies. Hold on a second. Wizard mummy. Yeah, soggy mummies. He needs an item to use. Maybe I should just give him the... Maybe I should just give the ninja the, Well, he's got defense, I guess. Oh, gross. Public swimming pool band-aids. Power Gauntlet. Wait a second. The Power Gauntlet does something useless, right? Like it casts Saber on you and Saber doesn't actually work? Am I making that up? Anyone can confirm? Weapon something. I want to see what that says. Weapon became stronger. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. It didn't at all. God, if that spell worked, the Power Gauntlet would be so good. If it casts Saber on you, right? Because you could give it to your knight, and then the knight would do like 15% more damage on top of their already tremendous damage. There are a number of light axes in this game. An unusual number of light axes. Whoops. Boom. Oops.
Bless, bless.
Gorilla 11B, thank you for the 200 bits. That's very kind of you. And of course, you're always welcome to lurk. No need to... Never necessary to speak up if you're having a good time just chilling. Please feel free to do so. Wow, 544 damage. That's a pretty good... well, there you go. That's a fine way to spend your time. She asks, what are you doing right now? Definitely not watching a stranger play video games on the internet. Oh, she's into Pokemon. Perfect. There you go. There you go. Excellent. Shark. Shark has like a ton of HP. But only does like moderate damage. They give like unlimited. How much armor am I giving up for this pro ring? 8-1. Opal Gauntlet is 8-3. We'll just drop the Opal Gauntlet. Yes! Oh! Excellent. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. We got a ribbon. We got a ribbon for guns. Am I missing anything here? I gotta check. Under the sea. Doo, 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 doo. Light axe. Mage staff. Yeah, it's always, you know, whether it's, I'm trying to think of the best way to say this, whether it's mutual interest, like you're interested in the same things, or whether it's just like respect for one another's interests. I think that's one of the, like, I don't know, one of the key, like, things to a happy relationship is enjoying what the other person's into, whether you do it for yourself or not, you know? But that genuine interest of it. If you ever find yourself being like, I can't tell my wife I'm playing video games. maybe have a chat with your wife about how you really like to play video games and it's something enjoyable and that relieves stress for you, so that she can respect that in you. You know? Uh-oh. It's a trick. I kid. There's plenty of folks out there of all sexes and genders who like video games. 'Cause video games are like an actual cool, popular thing now. So it's not that unusual, I should think. Well, yeah, there you go. Hey, you know what? I'm a huge fan of Twitch. I think Twitch is a great thing. I think there's lots of excellent communities on here. And so it's something like, I mean, let's be honest, right? If you were looking for a partner, would you rather a partner who likes to watch video games on the internet or somebody who likes to go out to bars every night? You know what I mean? There are some problems with the explicit actions of Twitch as an entity, yes. But yeah, I mean the idea of it, right? Like, but yeah, that's the funny thing. It's you know, kind of timeless advice that my mother mentioned this. She was like, look, I'm not gonna tell you what to do. You make your own choices. But think about this. She's like, if you meet a woman at a bar, that's a woman that goes to bars. So that's what you're getting into. That's what you're gonna get. Like, don't like, if that's what you're looking for, totally fine. But you're not gonna find somebody who's into computers and books at a bar. It's less likely, right? So, and it's not necessarily like, you don't have to look in your own circle. It's just like, you're going to find people who are attracted to the activity that you're doing when you look in those places where that activity takes place. I mean, yeah. Like I said, it's not impossible, right? It's not a strict preclusion. It's just, you know, it's gonna be someone who statistically it's likely going to be someone who enjoys that activity. And you know, like, hey, when I went out to bars more frequently, and like when I went out to bars more frequently and I would meet people out at bars and stuff, you know, no problem with that, right? Those are the kind of people that I enjoyed hanging out with for like an evening or maybe, you know, a couple of times. But then I would always come back to video games, and those are the people where I made like more consistent connections and made actual friends and had much deeper relationships, rather than the people who I would meet at a bar, hang out with for a couple of months or something maybe, and then, you know, kind of move on. So it's an interesting thing, you know. Like I said, I'm not saying like, oh, you meet shitty people at bars. You meet bar people at bars. It might be cool. You might really enjoy their company if that's what you're into, right? Like, you're less likely to meet a like whiskey or beer connoisseur on Twitch than you are at a bar. right? Or at least a certain type of bar. So it's just, looking in the right place for what you're into. You look for... you look to meet a lady at the library, she's probably going to be pissed off if you approach her because she's there to get away from people. But also, if you're really into books, if you love books, if you're the Globgo Gabgalab, then maybe you should go to the library to meet a partner, right? Yeah, exactly. If you're into the scene, great. But if you're not, then it's fine. It's fine to be honest about what your interests are, and you don't have to be a jerk about it. Be like, this is who I am. Either like me or leave. You can be like, this is what the stuff that I'm into. And if the other person is like, well, I don't like any of that stuff, and I think you're stupid for doing it, then you're like, okay, maybe having a relationship isn't a good idea. Right? You can kind of suss that out, and it can be friendly and amicable. It's just, you don't want to be like, yeah, I'm a really cool person. I like mountain biking and parasailing. And then they're like, why do you spend all your time on Twitch? You're like, oh, I was just tricking you. I was just tricking you with that. I really just like to watch video games on the internet. I'm just imagining somebody going that far out of their way to do up a dating profile with Photoshop pictures of them surfing and hang gliding. The fiend's ball is shattered, evaporating all the water. Ho, ho, ho! How foolhardy to dare challenge me, Kraken, the fiend of the water. Yeah, that's a great way to look at it, I think. Oh wait, magic, invisible 2. Magic, fast, ninja. Here's me pulling off a sick-ass stunt. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. Oh, that's good. God, Ready Player One is such a fucking... It's a thing. It's something. It sure is something. Yeah, eat Lightning 3. Oh, you can't wizard staff him. Fast doesn't accumulate, does it? I can't keep fasting Dad and make him even faster. I saw the movie. And I was... Okay, yeah, it's ineffective. Oh, we got him. Vapid. That's a good word for it. Good work. The problem I had with the movie was that it was this pastiche of this is what nerd kids like, done in the most superficial way. Like the least quality. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of that fucking article. That one article. 50 underrated DOS games. 50 underrated DOS games. I'm not going to tell you to go look at it. If you do, look at the cached version, not the one on the actual site. Or use Archive. And you know what? We're gonna look at that in just a second here. And we got XP, gold. That's a cool effect. It spits you out outside of town. Let me see if I can pull up a URL for this in a second here. But I want it through a proxy site so we don't actually send... So we don't send traffic to their real site. Hold on, let me pause the timer. Remind me to restart this when I continue playing the game in a minute. So, 50 underrated DOS games. Now, this will show up if you search for basically anything. Copy link location. Okay, cool. The link location is like 8 fucking million pages long because of Google.
No. I must kill the demons, he shouted. The radio said no, John. You are the demons. And then John was a zombie.
I hear Peter Chimera. Dr. Tasty, thank you for the 100 bits. Is it just this? Alright, so can we go to, it's that. Hashed. Yeah, here we go. Den of Geek, 50 underrated DOS games. You ready for this? These are underrated DOS games. Pyro 2, Dope Wars, Commander Keen in Goodbye Galaxy, Dune, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, Little Big Adventure, Epic Pinball, Gorillas.Bass, Rise of the Triad, Degeneration, Battle Chess, Albion, Red Baron, Star Control 2, The Urquan Masters, a particularly underrated DOS game. UFO, Enemy Unknown, also known as XCOM, Alone in the Dark, Wing Commander, Hard Drivin', Hugo's House of Horrors, Magic Carpet, Redneck Rampage, Comanche, Realms of Chaos, Silent Service 2, Master of Orion, chronically underrated game, Scorched Earth, which is very underrated, Star Trek 25th Anniversary, Simon the Sorcerer, Space Quest 2, Volhal's Revenge, U.S. Navy Fighters, Sim Ant, Alien Breed, Archipelagos, Super Frog, The Elder Scrolls, Daggerfall, Lighthouse, The Dark Being, Starflight, Desert Strike, Return to the Gulf, Syndicate, like completely unknown DOS game. Very few people have heard of this. Very underrated. The Incredible Machine, extremely underrated MS-DOS game. Raptor, Call of the Shadows, Pipe Mania, Alien Carnage, Halloween Harry, The Chaos Engine, Descent. Yeah, they're digging deep with this. Epic, MDK, Stormlord, Jill of the Jungle, and number one underrated DOS game is Tyrion. These games, the games that didn't make the list but are still underrated and utterly awesome: Jazz Jackrabbit, Day of the Tentacle, Aces Over Europe, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Hexen, Rogue, and Eye of the Beholder. I think about this article a lot, by the way. I think about this 50 underrated DOS games article a lot. I think about that article a lot. Timer, thank you, Marmot. I think about that article quite a bit, actually. It's so stupid. But here's the thing. That article has incredibly high search rank. I don't know if that article even has comments enabled. I don't know if they have comments turned on. Right? But you search for anything relating to DOS games, that article's going to pop up. Only 12 comments. That article's going to pop up no matter what you fucking search for if it's got DOS in it in the search, and it'll be on the first page. And I don't fucking get it. And like, that's why I say, right? I mean, yeah, if you were like, here's 50 cool DOS games, I would have no problem with it. Except, I mean, you'd have to rewrite the entire article, like all of the text of the article. But the way that article is written is how I feel about Ready Player One, the film, the movie, the video. Is it has that same, like, here's something super popular that I'm presenting as a specialized knowledge that not everybody has kind of thing. It's like, it's this trick, right? It's a trick where you present something commonplace as special, and hey, Holy Beard, yeah, it's called 50 Underrated DOS Games. I recommend going to the cached version of the page instead of the real one, so that they don't get additional search rank for it. Wait. Hold on. I have to do math. I'm not going to be able to do this, am I? How can I spend 107 gold? There's nothing that takes 1 gold in this, right? Oh well. It was a noble thought, but too difficult in execution. So it's this trick where you take something commonplace and you present it as a special, unique thing that only some people will understand. And then when people get it, when people understand it, when they identify with it, they're like, yeah, I'm part of that special group that understands this. And so I think that partially explains the like widespread popularity of Ready Player One, but I did not enjoy that movie. I saw it in theater too. I went to see it during a like job interview trip where I decided that maybe working for the intelligence community wasn't the best idea for my career. Yeah, and Bevork, that's the thing, right? Like, I don't mean that to like sound elite or anything, right? I think it's really cool. I think shared experiences are really cool. I think it's really cool to say like, hey, here's some shit I did as a kid, and everybody else is like, holy shit, I did that too. I think that's awesome. I think that I didn't like it for the presentation that it was trying to present it as something that like, you know what I mean? It's like, what's the other thing? Like, cool kids will remember this. And it's like something that fucking everybody had statistically, right? It's like, it's fine. It's fine to say, who remembers this? I had one of these and I thought it was cool, right? You don't have to package stuff in a way that turns it into a like special club that only certain people can be part of, right? Like, it's fine. You can just be excited about stuff. Exactly, right? Like, if you had one of these, your childhood was awesome, and it's like, fucking, come on. Stop it. And that's one of the reasons why, like, I've encountered it. Hey, Lendrius, how's it going? I've encountered it only rarely, right? But there is a thing that happens where, like, it's not usually this explicit, but it boils down to, hey, you can't stream that game. Some other streamer streamed that game, and I associate that game with them. Right? That's a kind of, like, really weird gatekeeping that I've seen a little bit of, right? And I try to be exactly the opposite in the way I approach games. Like, very rarely will I, like, keep anything secret or, like, try to be the first to stream a thing, right? If I do say that on something, it's probably because it's notable and weird, and I believe that it really is the first to see it, right? Like streaming the Acorn, right? The Acorn Archimedes, the first time streaming the real hardware on Twitch, because I don't think anyone else ever has. and I think that's cool, and I want people to know that it's a rare thing. But it's not like I'm going to be pissed off if somebody comes in and they're like, hey, somebody else did it beforehand. But I'm very happy that that's so rare in this retro community, that people get, like, pissed off that, like, oh, well, I was going to stream that, right? It doesn't happen. And I think a big part of that is that we all kind of share that, kind of attitude of, like, I think, wasn't somebody going to stream Pippin? Somebody has a Pippin, and I think they streamed it. But I can't remember who now. I think I fucked up. We gotta go to the guy in the other town. Fuck. I skipped a step. Whoops. But, I think a lot of us share that same idea of, like, when we find cool stuff, we want to share it. We want everybody to experience it. And, like, if I find a cool game, I'm gonna go badger a bunch of people that I think will enjoy playing it about playing it, because I'll be like, hey, this game's cool. I think you'd enjoy it. You should stream this. Like, I'm gonna stream it too at some point, you know? But I don't want to keep stuff to myself. I want everyone to enjoy it. And, like, also another thing that I'll be very clear about is like, I have no problem with people talking about the stuff that they're doing, the stuff they're streaming, and the stuff that interests them in my stream or in my chat, because you know what? The more people doing stuff, the better. It brings more diversity, more interesting stuff. More people are likely to find interesting games and cool stuff that they can share alike, you know? So that's why I'm not going to be like, you know, this channel is just about me. This channel's about fun and cool games. And hell, like, if you're excited about some game that you played as a kid, then I can bring it. Let's all check it out. You know? I think that's the coolest part of it. Oh man, Sunny D. I don't think I ever had Sunny D. I cannot recall ever having had it. I gotta go open a window. I'll be right back. It seems like it would be disgusting, right? It's like fake orange. I'm a big fan of like fresh orange juice. Yeah, it seems like the impression I've gotten from seeing it is that it looks like it would have a gritty texture. Holy shit! Gorilla giving out 7 community gift subs, 7 gift murders to Nis, Instatech159, Skull Salad, Boreum, Lucius Axelrod, Zetsubera, and Ractron. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's very generous of you.
I can hear strange music. It's really eerie here. I feel as if I'm in a strange world.
I appreciate it.
Line 2, Billy Bob.
I saw it. It was huge. It was heading for Lutzy. It ain't my poodle.
Billy Bob's doing Duco again. It's an eerie, unsettled evening on the desert, boys and girls, in this town without pity. Here's City Without Sin.
If I do that,
oh yes! Rare alert. Am I losing my shit?
Line 2, Billy Bob.
I saw it. It was huge. It was heading for Lutzy. It ain't my poodle.
Billy Bob's doing Duco again. It's an eerie, unsettled evening on the desert, boys and girls, in this town without pity. Here's City Without Sin. Line 2, Billy Bob.
No, Billy Bob.
It was huge. It was heading for Lutzy. It ain't my poodle.
Doing Duco again.
Billy Bob's doing Duco again. It's an eerie, unsettled evening on the desert, boys and girls, in this town without pity. Here's City Without Sin.
Where's the professor? Seem like no. I should have kept better notes. Oops. No, this is Elf Town. Well, let's save. I prefer old medieval fantasy or the newer ones. I tend to... There's a certain range of games that I think is kind of my favorite, and it's like... Oh, Final Fantasy specifically. I think my favorites are like kind of across the board. I don't know. I think I'm kind of the odd one out in this general group that I liked Final Fantasy 15. I liked the first third of Final Fantasy 15 quite a bit. And then I wasn't a huge fan of the second 2/3 of it. But I thought the first third of it was great. There we go. A slab. This slab will lead us to solve the riddle of the Lefanish. Now, listen to me. Listening. I'm really enjoying this one. I know I played the shit out of Final Fantasy 4. Final Fantasy 2. When it was new. When I first got it. I thought it was a fantastic game. I wasn't a big fan of 6 or 3 in the US. On the US side. Wasn't a huge fan of 3. I liked 7 pretty well. 8 I despise. 9 is really good, I think, but I never finished it. It's a very long game, I'm pretty sure. So it's like... maybe I can just go west. 15, I liked the first third of 15, the part where it's kind of open-worldy, and you can do whatever you want. When it started getting very hallway-y... when it started getting into the hallway stuff, I didn't like it. I did finish it. But, Tyro, that's a good lizard face. That's a good lizard face right there. Let's see. I played a very little bit of Final Fantasy 12. I can't tell if I really like that game or really dislike it. I think I hate the characters and the plot. And I ended up liking the systems because it's like I can set the game to basically play itself, and it makes it really chill. Which I thought was a really bad thing when I first played it, but now I'm not so sure. Now I think that might be an okay thing to do with a game. Because it I don't know, it's kind of like it's like a deck building game in a way, right? But the systems also have some like major problems because it's an Ivalice game. So like the Zodiac Age or the International Job System versions of the game and beyond, they let you make really bad choices because there's only one intentional way to play the game, right? If you play it that way, it seems like it's a pretty enjoyable game, but if you do stuff like try to make Penelope a monk, you'll get screwed, and you'll be like, this game kind of sucks. Why is it so hard to progress, and why do like half of my characters just are completely useless. Then if you go back and like change it so that you have the correct pairs of jobs and stuff, and you like play it from a guide, I think it works really well. We are the Lefanish. Only our bravest became sky warriors. Your airship was theirs. Ease 9. Is that the island one? At the time of destruction, a legend was born. In 400 years, warriors with orbs will appear to save our people. Are you? Oh, the light warriors. The legend is true. Yo, do you guys have a magic shop with Nuke in it? The floating castle. Our ancestors lived there. The Mirage Tower is the entrance. Oh, Ease 9 is brand new. Okay. Our last 5 warriors left to find the cause of the world's decay. We know, capital K, they live, but as bats. We knew that a great power controlled the fiends. Our 5 bravest warriors left, never to return. Milon's Floating Castle by Hayao Miyazaki. We fought with Tiamat, but were unsuccessful. The fiend now inhabits our floating castle. Yeah. The power of wind was taken by Tiamat. With this chime, you can enter the Mirage Tower. Man, I want to play Milton's Secret Castle. That game intrigues me. I think I've won it before, but I would like to play it again and rate it for the gamekeeper. Oh, I should I need to add shit, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 lines left. I have 4 lines left. I don't think I'm going to put the tablet or the chime on here. I think I'm going to put Beat Tiamat. As the next milestone, right? Video game tips and tricks VHS for Milton's Secret Castle. 400 years ago, we had an advanced civilization. Our interest was the universe. Until 400 years ago, we controlled the power of the wind. This enabled us to suspend the castle in the air. I wonder if the robots made by our ancestors are still moving. The floating castle floats high in the sky, seemingly among the stars. We have passed on the legends from generation to generation, but 400 years have caused our memories to fade. Dodge the Stactatas. See your face upon the clean water. How dirty! Come, wash your face. Am I missing something? There's no magic. There's been no magic shop that sells Nuke yet. I want Nuke. Yeah. Yeah. This 400-year-old legend. This 400-year-old legend tells you exactly how to live your life today. And I know that because of the The unbroken line of self-interested rulers who've passed it down. Exactly as it was. It could be Christian. It could be any. It could be any number of things, Abs. It could be any number of things. I'm not singling one thing out. Yeah, it is an accurate guess. Zombol. Nacho. Nacho cheese. Crooktoadens. What was the thing? Shit, I thought of something really good for my dungeon crawling game recently. But I don't remember what it is now. Alright, I gotta look. Waterfall, we did that. Our Tower, High Castle, Leifin. Oh, for fuck. I knew it. I knew it. I just didn't double check. Walking all the way back to Leifin again to get Nuke. I saw it, and then I promptly forgot about it and didn't do the thing that I meant to do. But sure enough, there it is. Hey, Ashen Circle. There's some pretty good, I'm probably gonna bug you a whole bunch, Ashen Circle, when I get round to, filling out the bestiary of my game. There's, as far as I'm concerned, and I could be wrong about this, as far as I'm concerned, there are a number of, original legends that have been through the, how to say this? Legends that were far weirder in their original form than 2 or 3 transformations later by mass market presentation, right? The whole, in a way, I would say Tolkien may have taken from some legends and then D&D took from Tolkien, and then other people took from D&D. So now we're like $8,600,000. So now we're at like the 4th stage of people taking stuff from something that took from D&D. You can get to the other side of the town. That's great. You know, those are good wyverns. Let's try it. Nuke. Oh, nuke doesn't do a whole lot. But there's some good shit out there that's just, I think, untapped, that you could, by making a first generation interpretation of it, you could have a pretty cool thing in your stuff, you know? That's what I think anyway. Is there anything worthwhile in like level 7? Level 6 and 7? Rub, Quake, Stun, Rack, Saber, Blind. None of those are good, right? And I could go for some giant beef right now. I was at, when was this? This was, a few years ago. They had an exhibit at, the Getty Center, which was, it was an exhibit on alchemy. And they had so much cool shit in there. Like, medieval alchemy texts are way fucking weirder than the, like, simplified versions that are used, that have been, like, perpetuated in video games as, like, you know, stuff. What am I trying to do? I need to do some other stuff. But just absolutely fantastic exhibition. This is gonorrhea. The capital city. But that's why I want to kind of dig into, not corneria, gonorrhea. That's why I want to dig into, like, some of the, like, original, more esoteric texts. Early esoteric texts. Temper does not work. Saber does not work. Expert does not work unless the party is the target. Lock always misses. Lock 2 increases enemy evade by 20 instead of decreasing it. Hell 2 works as designed outside of battle, works as Hell 3 in battle. Top 50 underrated myths, yeah. Go here. But, like, there's other stuff, right? Like, blind doesn't work on any enemy you'd want it to work on. Right? Isn't that how it works? And, like, rub, cake, Brack. Rub, Cake, Brack, Zap, and XXXXX all don't work, right? They're all instant death spells that don't work most of the time. I'm working on a dungeon crawler type game. I'm working on a dungeon... it's a fucking Giphy link. Hell yeah, Beef 420. Oops, what am I doing? Yeah, Xfer is the one that you lose special defense. Wall is the other one I could get. Right? Wall is probably good. Fade and Wall. Yeah. What I mean work, like, yeah, I need to get that. If I don't have... Yeah, we need the level 8, the other 2 level 8 spells. Hey, Wall! Oh, I could probably get some level 7 spells, too. Sand W. A wizardry type game. Although it'll probably share many elements with Might and Magic 6 is a blobber. Also, Eye of the Beholder, I guess, is also a blobber. I suppose games like wizardry type games are also blobbers as well. Where your party is a big blob. A single... Yeah, first-person game where your viewpoint is representing multiple people. What was I starting to say? It'll probably have elements of, like, the early... Like, Might and Magic 1 and 2 in it. As well. I need to go to Gaia, right? Not making a damn VN, abs. What do you got for me? Ice and Brack. We don't need that. Okay. What does Lady have for level 7? She's got Cure 4. We don't need a rub, right? We don't need a rub. Because we've all got... One of my What the hell? That sounds good. Yeah, stop zapping XXX. None of these are worth using, right? Because stop... Like, XXX has an HP limit, and the enemies that I would want to use it on are above that limit. Zap, like, enemies are immune to. I do want Fade and Wall. Yeah. There's actually, very little is immune to Zap. Is Warmech immune to Zap? I'll take Zap. But Stop and XXX are like the same, right? or stop and zap are the same resistance. Yeah, you know what it says in the, I think it's in the manual? The manual has a good bit about what the spells do. XXXX, one enemy. Similar to, but more effective than rub. Good. But yeah, one of the things that I've been kind of thinking about with my game is how to
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Bumblebee Bat, thank you for the follow. How to maintain progression for a group of characters without, like, necessitating starting over, but also making it so you can't just go grind bosses for, like, tons of XP or whatever. Stamped on the bottom, made in Lefane. Oh man, this music. This is something else. What? Badman! Oh no! We have to fight Badman. Oh, hell. I'm gonna have to... Wizard Badman. I gotta look at the fucking... I want to look at the clue book for this, because I don't want to miss any WZ Badman. Mirage Tower. Okay, I just want to know what all the... I want to know what all the stuff is. Aegis Shield, Vorpal Weapon, Heal Helmet. Yeah. Sun Sword, Dragon Armor, and Thor's Hammer. Okay. Sun Sword, particularly effective against undead monsters. I don't believe that's true. Thor's Hammer can cast Light too. Vorpal is just a... Does Vorpal have an on-hit effect that they're not talking about here? Heal Helmet. Protects against Glance and some other spells. The Aegis Shield does. Okay, so that's all stuff in this castle. In the tower. Can I zoom in on this? I guess I gotta go in here. There's a robot! A robot. Nope, back up. Nope, 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 nope. Back up, back up. Get him. Good. Yeah, let's try it. Let's try it. Ineffective. Ineffective. No snorting for you. Oops. Oh man, I could go for a beef nightmare right now. Sounds good. Okay, can't hold any more.
My God, that's fantastic.
Slushy Cat, thank you for the raid. Welcome. I believe this might be Heal Helmet. If so, we want to give it to Ninja. Yeah, Heal Helmet. Oh man, Beef Slam. What were you streaming tonight, Slushy Cat? Okay, Vorpal Weapon. $52, $113. $47, $113. We're gonna leave it. '30th anniversary of the release of Street Fighter II. The World Warrior. Oh, nice, nice. Who won? Fight. We got Heal Helmet. Fight. '30th anniversary. I was gonna say, jeez. Either you got started very young, or you're much older than I thought you were. I really wish the Power Gauntlet did anything. Do I have any Final Fantasy experts in the chat? Power Gauntlet. I guess. Here's the question, right? Everybody has pro rings for gauntlets right now. Pro ring protects against instant death, right? So Power Gauntlet is useless because the spell it casts doesn't work, right? And the few points of armor bonus from the Power Gauntlet isn't gonna be valuable, right? Like a couple of points of extra armor isn't as good as the pro ring stopping instant death, right? I can get rid of the Power Gauntlet. And then just put another item in here later. If I find another, I don't know, gauntlet or something. Did I check these chests already? Aegis Shield. This says some weird shit about the Aegis Shield. Protects against glance and some other spells. The question with the Aegis Shield is the 4 points of defense. Is the 4 points of defense from the Aegis Shield worth losing the half off fire or ice? It is? Okay. Or does the Aegis Shield have, like, some other effect that makes it good? Okay. So it blocks extra status stuff that I would otherwise be susceptible to. Found a cabin. Can I just go out the top? Can I talk to this robot, or is he going to get mad at me? Catman. And then I'm not going to get, actually... I'm not going to get anything better than Cap. No, I've got Ribbon. So yeah, it's just... None of the other, shield... None of the other armor items, other than Heal Helmet and, Heal Helmet, Zeus Gauntlet, and Power Gauntlet are the only armor items that that give you usable in battle. That are usable in battle, right? It's Power Gauntlet, Zeus Gauntlet, and Heal Helmet. Are you the master? I think I already got rid of the Opal Shield. Because the Opal Shield can only be used by the knight. And the knight's... ineffective. I think only beef is susceptible to status effects now, right? Wait a second. How did... Hello, Chimera. Chimera. Same. Chimera's later. Oh, this is one of those levels, isn't it? Hey, I beat. How's it going? It went okay. It ended up going okay. The got all the stuff in on Thursday. The last load of stuff. Just exhaustion. Just exhaustion. Haven't discovered anything broken or missing yet. What I do have is I have a whole big bunch of crap. I have all kinds of junk that I desperately need to get rid of, or at least like pack and repack into more into like a more condensed version, right? I have like cables and computer hardware and crap that I want to get all into boxes. I want to sort through all of it, figure out what stuff I should keep, what stuff I should give away or donate, and which stuff I should just straight up trash. And I want to condense it down into boxes that are basically ready to move, right? Like, because I know I will have to move again eventually. The current situation is mostly temporary, so indefinite but temporary. So I want to make sure everything is packed up and I have the most efficient move planned as I can, right? Oh, any FF experts, the Vorpal sword doesn't seem to be worthwhile. It doesn't do anything special, right? Like, it doesn't have like an instant death chance or something. Don't matter. Mage staff, trade for the Thor's hammer, equip the Thor's hammer. Let's give the mage staff to the mage, I think. Trade Thor's... Wait. White mage can't use Thor's hammer, right? They can! Ho 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 ho! Oh, they sure can. Alright, let's do this then. I thought... No, I am wrong. Oh, I'm thinking of Excalibur. That's the one. So, we can just straight up drop this silver hammer, because it's pointless. Rearrange this. We want that there, and equipped. Ice sword, right? The Thor's hammer is usable in battle, though, right? Yeah, has the same effect. Pay to rent land from Pete. Yeah. Alright. So my options right now, these are my options for attacks on this dude, right? What am I looking at? I'm looking at Zeus Gauntlet. Yes. Trade Mage Staff Well, I'm trying to figure it out, right? Because there's empty. Empty. Got attacked. 2 vampires. I want to see what Fade does, but I'm probably going to have to exit, right?
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Mod of the Gods. Thank you for the follow. Actually, I don't give a shit about these guys. Let's see. Critical hit. Well, I could have split that up. Just wipe that dude out. Oops. Found a house in a chest. Sun Sword. Alright. This fabulous Sun Sword. $52, $113. 55, 118. There we go. So... Light Axe, Mage Staff. Light Axe. The Sun Sword you can't... use in battle, right? You can't use the Sun Sword in battle. But if we give him the Light Axe, I think. He's got the thing, so we'll give him the Mage Staff and him the Light Axe. $10,000 gold. Can't hold any more armor. So, I can drop the flame shield, right? And get the dragon armor. The dragon armor doesn't give you special defense, though, right? It doesn't give you elemental defense. Oh, it gives all 3. Okay. Oh, perfect. Whoops. Chimera. I'm just thinking, like... Man, I could go back and wreck those mummies that I was grinding experience from before. Because now everybody has, like, can cast harm or fire or lightning in the same turn. Hey, Neural Fault, how's it going? Alright, do I just exit? Do I keep going? I guess I have no use for gold now, right? Damn. A lot of damage from that. The only other armor I need to get is white shirt and black shirt. Should I get those? They do something, right? Like they cast a spell. Those would be good to replace the... Oh boy, I beat.
No TDS tonight? WTF mate. LLL Quadrigentillion 555 Travigentillion 555 Duovigentillion 555 Vinvigentillion 555 Vigentillion 555 Novendicillion 555 Octodecillion 555 Septendecillion 555 Sextecillion 555 Quindecillion 555 Quadordecillion 555 Regicillion 555 Duodecillion 555 Undecillion 555 Decillion 555 Nonillion 555 Roctillion 555 Septillion 555 Sexillion 555 Quintillion 555 Quadrillion 555 Trillion 555 Billion 555 Million 555,555.
Ivy, thank you for the 100 bits. Sheriff Ram and Slushy Cat with the dueling TTS voice changes. So we're back on Justin. Yeah, they cancel each other out. Chance to strike first. I'll probably just hit that dude. Who's this? Oh man, we terminated the vampire. How will people accelerate their Amigas now?
Continue life.
Top boss, thank you for the 100 bits. Slushy Cat, thank you for the 100 bits. Can we zap this guy? Thank you, Slushy Cat. Oh, we got a hype train. Oh, he's using thunder. Yeah, blue D. Got him. transporter operation requires a cube. Neural Fault with 5 gift subs. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Neural Fault. And a rare alert.
勝負の世界では勝つことが正義だ。その正義を守るためにはフェアプレーでなければならない。それが俺の殺しの美学だ。
All-Star Armada, Jez Jukes, Han Droid, Shaxbert, and iPones Jew. Enjoy your gift subs.
I'm in a strange world.
Slushy Cat, thank you for the 100 bits that we'll hear in like 5 minutes. Oh, another rare one. Ivy, thank you for the 100 bits.
その正義を守るためにはフェアプレーでなければならない。それが俺の殺しの美学だ。
One of the locals, Bud. I see he's out shooting jackrabbits with his big shotgun again. For fun.
Rusty, thank you for the 100 bits. For fun. Enough. This area sucks, right? It's like infinite scrolling and the encounters are bad.
Wall of fire.
Iris, 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 Iris,
Hot Boss, thank you for 100 bits.
Iris, 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 Say Walrus, 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 Wow, ow, wow, ow, wow, ow, wow, ow, wow, ow, wow, 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 ow, wow, Miss, 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 much, nux, 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 beaks, books, beaks, books, beaks, 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 TV, neat.
Bless.
Hype train, high fluffy, white, flippy, hype, beep, five, fluffy, high, buff, fluff, beep, high, fluff, fluffy, by, fluffy, by, threat, ericsson, chart, rate, trot, that, route, or trot, rate, trade, radar, there, trip, hard to ride,
The proper way to pronounce GIF.
My job is to train you for the fight of your life.
I can hear strange music. It's really eerie here. I feel as if I'm in a strange world.
Rusty, thank you. Slushy, or Ivy and Slushy Cat before that. Shadrock, thank you for the 100 bits.
M?
Grill 11B, thank you for the 300 bits. And then Gimme Flavor, thank you for the 100 bits. M? Oh no.
Vikbag Zabzubs Gov VF the GB Specs. Ubjagr TRKG GB CRRB the Kerni Jag Gov Zvok BS Unfa Procure. VGZN XRFSB Hasser New Erngri 4 VGX 5VXRs Beak Knocker I 4 Ulbs BS Radiv Fuo VGF Vabsruv 4 QNXBGN Onaxa Hibner was CVFG CVFG BSSVPR CVFG EBX CVFG Shax CVFG Argentner Argentiar Krehernayov Circa KGV Wire Sarur V Wire Nof Bigger Nok Vapeg Visera Hold Boff BS No Etmerk Fries No Arn Benak Kreher Certs Hertz Nok Kreher Pod Impel Dump into Lug Stompel.
Give me flavor. Thank you for the 100 bits. I think my favorite thing. So far is his pronunciation of the repeated GIF. Oh, it's I. One shot. What we got? Bane Sword. Yeah. If you're ever curious about the correct pronunciation of GIF, just put it in repeatedly as a message to Justin. 43 92 60 63.
Home level election of Olinder fixing Douglas as Speckle Modulizes as for Garden Barrow Peptings Engine Station at Aragenide Hill Bridge Entrant was a Biblinster Calvin Upper Mobilizes deal with the region resistant Q-Parth Timber Columns Artery Fingray Blow and Pair Targer Clean Townage Cookin Pounds Backwards Tablers Lorley Twitter and City Q Magistarks Cabbards Extranomat Scaffids and Depsy of Amer Sushing Project Kansis Sinisha Hermically Airful of Recur Flu and more Prang Detect enough Expare of it.
Taters Games, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh man, that's good. Darkness. Some Harry Potter bullshit. I kind of wonder what Justin would do if you like removed all of the spaces from lorem ipsum. But his pronunciation of GIF is pretty good.
Gift 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 art art JPEG 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 JPEG
Oily. Oh man. Chiff Jeef. This is a good JPEG too, yeah. I guess I can drop the ice armor because the ice armor and the flame armor are the same. Heal helmet, okay. I should probably swap this Opal helmet for the heal helmet, right? Because having a free heal 2, which acts as heal 3, would be good, right? Or does the heal helmet actually cast heal 2? Oh man.
Flattude any Howling Rabble FN Plug Wallet Ibn Screen Record Disaster and Tapian Yudi Hux Butters and Jurist Town that Desert Fed Up and Cheese and on Yals Brewster Elusive Keys Sit on Blue on S Britil Susie Joan Bruce Arobs off first Bread El Rectic Shade to Map Possess Map So Creases Roger and Snitch Part Down and there's a seed now Brunikalakis Browsers Heights Harry Fish Extra Poor Fuckers Simple
It's just heal, okay.
Me Nerjawan Scotian Majesty Hum Bad and Grimpy Lawn Turquoise of Multizest Valley of Salaristo
Bluebeard eats an arrow. He's just sucking on it.
Code Blue I never got along with the girls at my school filling me up with all their morals and their rules. They'd pile all their problems on my head. I'd rather go out and fuck the dead cause I can do what I want and they won't complain. I want to fuck the dead middle of the night. So silently I creep on over to the mortuary, lift up the casket and fiddle with the dead. Their cold blue flesh makes me turn red cause I can do what I want and they won't complain.
I beat thank you for the 100 bits. Good lord, Justin. Right, is there any reason why I want the opal helmet over the heel helmet?
Share 100 low on Ipsum Miller side mid concept teacher.
It's like 2 more absorption. I
don't
think it's worth it. Jamie VX, thank you for the 100 bits.
Sticks to snake.
Cheese 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 grommet.
Slushy Cat, thank you for the 100 cheese. I thought Lorem Ipsum was good. he got like into a groove with cheese, right? He got into the cheese groove, which I think is unusual, right? Like it's unusual for Justin to have that, Justin specifically, to have that kind of clear repetition, I think. Y'all are so generous. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you're all having so much fun with the TTS. It brings joy to my life too. Bad man. What does this translate to? I don't know. Bad guy?
Sticks to snakes. Sticks to snakes.
It ain't easy being cheesy. Easy, 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 yes, just wop you oops, oops, wops, wops, oops, oops, ooh, the intergalactic ninja, jaja, 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 jaja,
Slushy Cat, thank you for the 100 bits. Is there... I got the... Bane Sword doesn't do anything else. Doesn't do anything either, does it? They do kind of look like Batman. Honestly. Oh, it casts Bane in combat. Well, that's not very useful, is it? Like, everything's immune to Bane at this point, isn't it? 2 pro rings. Like, is Bane one of those ones that has a, like, HP minimum?
That's all, Duke. He's just kidding. You rock, man.
Oh, no! Oh, no! He just kidding. Grumpy Gramps, thanks for the 100 bits. Incredibly creepy hee. Oops.
Lightning bolt.
Por judo jurasco por papa tapa pila papa jai plana polsk papa apis jtvosida fofen o a high skimpian hikwan soda yo.
Give me flavor, thanks for the 100 bits. Got him. We go. Hey, Night Sprites, how's it going? Damn it, there's too many. Slushy cat.
Seaweed shake with pure.
Thank you for the 100 bits.
Of course.
It's me, the innocent little Justin. Chee.
Oh no, I don't want to fight Green Medusa. There's a ribbon on this floor. If I put the ribbon on the ninja... he loses a bunch of physical protection, but gains... Right, so now if the ninja has the ribbon, right, I can trade the heal staff. I can drop these ice swords, right? Like ice sword can go away, flame sword can go away, Bane I can keep, right? The light axe. Well, I already have all the spells that I want, I think. There isn't really any reason to sell stuff. Got the heal helmet on Lady, the heal staff on guns, right? What is this? This is the Opal shield, which I don't give a shit about, right? Because only the knight can use it, and I I already have, one of the shirts casts invisibility too, right? Oh, they're better. The shirts are better. The shirt is better than the gold bracelet, because this thing is wrong. I don't know why I took this fight. I should have just run. Oh, it only does 1 damage. Okay, we're cool. Easy enemy. Alright, so we can drop the gold ring. Hold on. Just double check. $33.62. White shirt. $33.61. It's 1% evade difference. This chart is so wrong. So, it makes a little less sense for the Black Wizard, right? Because the Black Wizard would lose more. 10 absorb and like 1% evade. Yeah, 9 absorb. For Ice 2, he's already got Lightning 2. Ice 2 is better. But am I going to use Ice 2 on anything? Anything that's weak to ice, I would just be using spells on, right? Or fighting. Ice 2 is in this spot, though. So it shares a level with Sleep. I guess. Wait a second. Yeah, I think you're right. Hey, Sneakernets. I think so. I think this is a very fun game. I've been having a blast with it. We used Ruse. I actually don't mind the, I don't mind the speed of the combat system, honestly. I don't think it's too slow or nothing. You found Adam Ant. If I could remember an Adam Ant song, I would reference it right now. Goody Two Shoes or something? Or is that just an album name? Oh yeah, Stand and Deliver. Didn't some other band in the 90s, in the late 90s, cover Stand and Deliver as well. Favorite Mega Drive game? That's a good question. Probably Golden Axe. Probably Golden Axe, yeah. At present. I'm a big fan of Dungeons and Dragons Warriors of the Eternal Sun. I think that's a pretty good game. Let's see, what else? I do like that version of King's Bounty. I like Might and Magic 2. I think Might and Magic 2's best version is on the Genesis. I do like the dwarf music here. I played a little bit of it. I don't think it's as good as the DOS version. Adamant! Now let me make the sword for you. Here, the best work I've ever done. It is my gift. Alright. Excalibur, right? We want that. Shining in the Darkness is good, I think. I don't know how Shining in the Darkness ages, though. Like, I think a lot of people, like, many people are playing Shining in the Darkness recently. I prefer the TurboGrafx version of Kadash, personally. I think the Genesis version is all right. Phantasy Star 2, I think, is very good, but it's like you got to know what you're getting into. Hold on, let's look. Let's look for 50 underrated Genesis games. Yep, it's there. It's there. Show me the cached page. El Viento, Wani Wani World, Toe Jam and Earl, Crying, known as Biohazard Battle outside of Japan, Devilish, Arrow Blasters, Columns 3, Landstalker, Toki, Juju Densetsu, Bonanza Brothers, Gainoog, Chase HQ 2, Pengo, Crackdown. Crackdown is a piece of shit. Bioship Paladin, Atomic Robo Kid, Dangerous Seed, Fantastic Dizzy, Stormlord again, Techno Cop, Decap Attack best music, Devil Crash MD, Elemental Master, Growl, Fatal Labyrinth, Flicky, Gain Ground, Cosmic Speacehead, Granada, Krusty's Funhouse, Herzog's Vi, Marvel Land, Virtual Bart, Midnight Resistance, World of Illusion, Dick Tracy, The Ooze, Mega Turrican, Rainbow Islands Extra, Road Blasters, Musha Aleste, Dynamite Heady, Monster World 4, Gunstar Heroes, Contra Hardcore, Yu Yu Hakusho, Makyo Toitsusen, Castlevania Bloodlines, Comics Zone, Pulse Man, and Alien Soldier are the 50 underrated 50 underrated titles for the Sega Genesis. I forgot to do something. Underrated, yeah. Those are the 50 underrated games for the Genesis. This'll do. I don't know if I really like or really hate Revenge of Shinobi. Crackdown is a fucking piece of shit. Fuck Crackdown. I'm trying to think of what, like... What are my, like... Genesis memories? Because I had, like, Phantasy Star 2, Phantasy Star 3. I had, you know, the Mutant League games, the Madden and the NHL games were pretty good. Honestly. Like, it takes a lot of doing to make a sports game that I like. And they did. $45.87. 5 hit percent is better than 2 damage, right? Dazzle. Slaughterhouse 2 and 3 I wasn't a huge fan of. I rented 2, I think. Didn't like Echo the Dolphin. Was never a huge fan of the Sonic games, honestly. I thought Sonic 2 was... Sonic 2 had revolutionary co-op. But... in general... I have fun on the first level of Sonic games. And then, like, I immediately stop having fun on level 2 of Sonic games. Hell yeah, Excalibur. The problem I have with Sonic games is that, like, I tend to... I want to go fast in Sonic games, right? And then every contrivance of every level is there to slow you down and make it so you cannot actually, in fact, go fast. So you end up like, okay, run down this little segment. Oh, don't run too fast or you'll get hit by the guy. Oh yeah, I don't even if Jazz Jackrabbit is one of the 50 most underrated DOS games. Fuck, I don't like Jazz Jackrabbit. It bugs me in very specific ways. Hey man, you can't argue with the list. The list is law. Oh man, that would be such a good stream gimmick, right? Don't you think? Don't you think that would be a good gimmick? They explicitly call out Doom in their thing. They're like, we didn't put super popular games like Doom on here. Oh man, no, just Tyrion, the game that literally everyone owns. And that everyone professes to be excellent. Tyrion was their #1 underrated DOS game. I wonder if they have a similar page for Amiga. I took the long way here. They have Amiga? Oh, man. It's just the underrated Amiga games is just fucking, it's the same stuff that comes in Bitmap Brothers' Greatest Hits. Through here this way. Scorch. What am I doing? I'm doing this. Your childhood was awesome if you breathe air all day. Oh no, I gotta, here's what I gotta do though. Amiga Live. Thank you for the host. We were about to look at an incredibly stupid websites. 50 underrated Amiga games. Why can't... Is this one not cached? Hold on. Here's what I need to do. Archive.org. Wayback Machine. I'm like going out of my way not to give them traffic. And a raid. Alright, give me... Yeah. Give me this one. Show me the page. Slugbone enters. the Amiga Brainwave. I think I mentioned that. I talked about that another time. That's by the way, folks. When you're sitting on the edge of having enough viewers to get partner, you got to use the Amiga Brainwave, which is where you stream some Amiga games and double your viewership for some reason. Oh man. They're not gonna give us the I was gonna say we're not gonna we're looking at this stupid website's 50 underrated Amiga games, right? 50 underrated Amiga games. So we're going to look and see what they recommend. 50, Resolutions 101. 49, Alcatraz. Grumpy Gramps.
So, what do you guys need this stuff for anyway?
1,000 bits. Holy crap, thank you so much.
We're gonna plant a garden and fertilize it with the nitrogen, and if there's gophers, we're going to get them with a trap. If that doesn't work, we're gonna use the gopher gas, and if that doesn't work, we're gonna cement it all in and paint it green.
Before I go to bed, Duke, I just want you to know, you're the best around. Nothing's ever gonna keep you down. You're the best around. Nothing's gonna keep you out. God bleed Duke. Good night, sir.
Thank you, Grumpy Gramps. Thank you so much. 1,000 bits. So very generous. I really appreciate it. Oh, man. Incredible. All right, where were we? We're on the Amiga list here. Let's see. Number 48, Conqueror. Number 47, Gold of the Aztecs. Number 46, Birds of Prey. Number 45, Citadel. Number 44, Infestation. 43, Cavitas. Midwinter 2, Flames of Freedom. Blob, Shadowlands, Stormmaster, Statics, Apocalypse, RoboCop 3, Pacific Islands, yeah, that'll happen sometimes. Where were we? Fire Force, Deliverance, CyberCon 3, History Line 1914 to 1918, twice, for some reason, Thunderhawk AH-73M, Escape from Colditz, wait a second. Yeah, that's why we're looking at this. Yeah, Escape from Colditz, Corporation, Saber Team, Lamborghini American Challenge, The Lost Treasures of Infocom, Blood Witch, Deuteros, The Next Millennium, Gemix, Fly Harder, Flood, Damocles, Mercenary 2, Virocop, Legend, Jet Strike, Nitro, Space Crusade, Supremacy, Rough and Tumble, Yo Joe, Paradroid 90, King's Bounty, Banshee, Odyssey, oh, this is that Odyssey, not the other Odyssey. Super Tennis Champs, Roadkill, Quack, Dyna Blaster, No Second Prize, and number 1, underrated. Number 1, underrated Amiga game. It's Stardust. It's Stardust. Stardust, the underrated Amiga game. True hidden gem. True treasure trove. One of the Odysseys is only in German, right? Or is there a translation for it? Oops. We go up here, right? I was gonna say at this point, oh man, 50 underrated CD32 games. How you doing, BNU? How's it going? I should play more Amiga stuff soon. Okay. I don't need any of this stuff. There's a surprising number of CD32 games, but they're all like... Oh man, Manticore. The Manticore has a cool eye patch. What was I gonna say? Most of the games on CD32 are just like AGA games or games that were ported from other systems. As far as I know, though. There's a few exclusives. Hero Quest 2, right? Hero Quest 2 is an exclusive, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of the ports have additional stuff. They have like extra things like CD music or something like that on CD32. Incredibly underrated. Incredibly underrated. Like I said, remember to go through a proxy of some kind. Window? What does the window let me do? You can look out over the world from this window. From this window, one can see the entire world. The four forces are flowing together into the center of the four altars, into the temple of fiends. Is Warmech? Is Warmech a set encounter? Hey, Sakanakau, how's it going? Is Warmech a set encounter somewhere? Or a random? Guard and Sentry. Random rare on the bridge. I think I encountered Warmech when I was playing this as a kid. I don't remember getting here, though. I don't remember getting this far. Very strange. Okay, Sentry does reasonable damage. Guard, not so much. Katana. 43.94. $46.94. Katana. 2 damage. 2 more damage. We might be able to finish it tonight, Slushy Cat. Right? Like, I'm on the last chapter of the hint book. Pro cape? I don't need the pro cape, right? What does the pro cape even do? Yeah, last orb and final boss. I think I got here and I got super frustrated. Because I remember being super frustrated at this section. Because the encounters here are hard. It's deep in the dungeon. Just run from these guys. This is the looping part, right? But is it... Of course, run into a nacho here. A nacho. This doesn't loop on the... Oh. I see. I was going the right way, it's just... less... $110 damage. Look at that. $120 damage. The white wizard looks like they're flipping off the enemies when they win.
レ Anya con out Anya con out Anya con out Anya con out Anya show gift 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 fake 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 5 Newton 5 Newton and then oil 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 lally 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 not no 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 not bop 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 bop.
Slushy cat. Thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, it says walk left 1 intersection. Walk north until you see a transporter. I'm not seeing a transporter. Guide is lying to me. Okay, cool. Excellent. So if I go 1 further left and continue going up, I'll eventually hit it, right? No, man cat. Don't fire 2. These things do a fuck ton of damage. Input lag in the light. There we go. Here we go. Now we're in.
Wall of fire.
I am the glob gar got golib the flobby wobby gobby flibby flabby wob. I am full of glib golibok and skababu boo boo boovia uvia the boo boo booby boo 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 booby boo boo nipples 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 nipples
Oh no! This is not a good fight to take. Shadrock, thank you for the 100 bits. The noises that Justin makes are just too good. Do I fight Warmac? I don't think I have a good chance against Warmac, do I? Right? Like, Warmac is what? Like a fucking...
Kill seriously.
Yeah.
Hi, Duke.
Hey, Madagon, thank you for the 100 bits. Welcome. He's 1 in 64 chance, according to this. Three in 64? Does he use fire attacks? Do you use a lot of fire attacks? Non-elemental nuke attacks. Okay. How is beef poisoned if beef is equipped with a ribbon? I thought the ribbon prevented status effects. Touch attacks ignore resistance. Gotcha. Gotcha. Run. So if Warmac uses non-elemental nuke attacks, the advice in the strategy guide of use Aether and the ice armor are bullshit, huh? Good. Good. Do I really want to fight Warmac? Neo Antoine, thank you for the host. Welcome, everybody. I'm being indecisive about fighting Warmac and wandering around on Warmac's bridge while I'm indecisive, which seems like a bad idea, because then eventually I'll run into him, but I won't be prepared mentally for the fight. Although, like, what do? You just, like, fast your fighter, right? Fast your fighter. Invis 2 everybody. I guess fast your ninja while you're at it, right? Nuclear. Six hits, 286 damage. Critical hit. Does he ever do physical attacks? I don't have heal 3, do I? Or heal 2 because I'm a moron. Does wall protect you from nuke? It does not. Fade, maybe? Cure for the fighter. That makes sense. Can he be nuked or zapped? We'll try zap then. Oh, he's just gonna nuke the rest of my party. Zap. Ineffective. He's fast. Zap. Ineffective. Got him. Got him. 16,000 experience points. 32,000 gold. And now we gotta warp out. Oops. Do I have enough magic to warp out? Let's do this. Alright, we beat Warmech. Now we just gotta run from fucking everything. Right, there's a fucking blue dragon here that you probably can't run from. Right? Yeah, can't run. There we go. 642 damage. See, because if I'm not mistaken, this floor sucks. This floor sucks less. Of course. Now we just need to get back to the airship. Whatever town this is will work. Right? They've got a life place. $80 gold. Warrior, return to life. You do not need my help now. I need to see if this place sells. Yeah. We're gonna be here for a minute. They recommend using stop on Tiamat in the Temple of Fiends. Wouldn't Zap also work? Tiamat's weak to earth element. So could I use cake? I forget how to read these things, but it says in the guide it says strong against cake, lit, ice, fire. Weak to Bracken Bane, I think. Let me double check something, though. Special attacks, ineffective. Oh, they don't list it in the pack-in one. This one might be arranged differently. Let me see here. Undead. Weak points. Ineffective attack spells. Magic and special attacks. Yeah, it says it's... It says it's weak to Bracken Bane. And strong against cake, lit, ice, and fire. And uses thunder, poison gas, and blizzard. I have to imagine that Tiamat is immune to all of the instant death stuff, right? They wouldn't start messing the bosses up until much later. Like FF5. Bane works. I could also just cast fast on my fighter and have the fighter use physical damage. Okay, we're done with heal potions. Where do I get what spell am I missing? Level 7 spells. Where do I get the other level 7 spells that I should be using? And on-rack. What is on-rack? If I bend to on-rack? Onrak is the sea town. Oh, yeah, the sea town. That makes sense. They don't have a weapon store, but they have a magic store, and I didn't go in the fucking magic store.
On rack attack 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 rack attack.
Shadrock. Here are the 100 rack attacks. It would be cool if they, like, gave you forest landing ability after a while, so you didn't have to do this every time. Do 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 do. If my white mage gets killed, I don't really have any options for, like, reviving the other characters, right? I don't need a rub. Hell 3, because I don't have space for Hell 2. And Saber and Blind, useless. Both of them. Do, 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 do. Grape peed. Then I can give Muramasa to the white mage to get, like, everybody up to snuff on combat fighting, right? Or is it better to give Muramasa to the fighter or ninja? I don't really quite get the economics of that. Where am I? East. I mean, just it gives you an extra relatively strong combat character, right? T-Rex. Right, they're... Like, it's more better than the katana than it is... better than the... It's more better than the katana than it is better than Excalibur. But, like, the fighter would still get more hits at higher damage with it than the ninja would, right? Am I getting that right? That's what I'm thinking, is maybe put the Muramasa on the ninja, just because. Like, for any battle where it's really gonna matter, the white wizard should be using the white shirt anyway, right? Or casting Fade. The good news is, with the ninja, they give a lot of money. With the ninja and the black mage, I can fast 2 characters per round, right? So I can fast the ninja and the... I can fast the ninja and the knight at the same time. While putting up invisibility 2. Right? But I don't know. I forget if Chaos uses, I forget if Chaos uses, non-elemental attacks or physical attacks? Or what? Oh man, I could go for a beef chimera right now. No! I was gonna use that round to heal. We went from having, Dad and guns far behind the other characters to now being very far ahead. 8,000 apiece. I can just do this, right? Hell yeah. Good damage. Dazzle? Don't be paralyzed. Although, I guess, like... 8 encounters. Well, no, it's more complicated than that. Damn it, Catman. What did you do? Also, these enemies seem like they suck. I could just kill off most of them, right? So that it goes faster. Or do they have just like a lot of HP or something? Okay. Catman do. That's pretty good. Okay. Wait. Who doesn't have a heal item? You have a heal item. You do not, so you can fight. You have a heal item. You have a heal item. This is how we will get back all of that HP without using up all of our potions. Use defense. Beef is full, guns is full. Dad is full. Easy to dodge. Heal helmet, fight. Heal helmet. Heal staff. Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, Lady can still benefit from that healing. Even though it's a little slower and less efficient time-wise. Poisoned. Good enough. Cure. Dragon. Got the dragon. Up we go. That's not good. That's not good. 5 bad men getting a fucking surprise round is not great. What if we just run away from this encounter? Close call. Where do we go here? Is it straight down? Oh, let me check. I don't want to have to do this multiple times. Yeah, straight down. Close call. Two left, two up. Fighter? I don't want to fight this guy. He's gonna, like, use some bullshit. Oh, this is a bad encounter. This is bad. Goodbye. Death touch and paralysis and paralyze all. Air beef. Run! Critical hit? No. Why is the encounter rate so high? Of course! Of course! For fuck's sake, game. For fuck's sake. Oh man, Life 2 you can't cast in combat, right? You can't cast Life 2 in combat. No life in combat, yeah. So, I guess use the damn shirt. Just in case he attacks. Ineffective. Oh, he's just using nuclear. Goodbye, beef. Ineffective. 9 hits, critical. For how much? Oh, man. Well, Dad got a lot of experience. 32,000 experience. Just reset, right? I mean, a surprise attack by War Machine. War Mech. A surprise attack, no less. Not just... Oh, come on. Blue Dragon down here? Is there a set attack I've been walking around this entire time? Or is there just a fucking random encounter, like a non-run random encounter you can get into? Oh, these guys I can fight, right? These guys are kind of easy to fight, I think. Ah, that's the ultra rare encounter for the area. And you can't run from it, because it's the blue dragon. These guys must be immune to Bane. Can't run from the blue D. Okie dokie. It just occurred to me I'm not nearly as safe against the cockatrices as I figured, because they have a touch attack, right? They turn you to stone on hit, which bypasses resistances. Dad, level up! Alright, good night, D. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for hanging out. Having a good time. I hate getting surprised. Might as well fight all these encounters, right? Heal helmet. Heal helmet. Heal staff. I actually need to take a quick break. I'll do it after this round of combat so I can pause the timer. Pause the timer. I will be back in a few minutes. Hang tight.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Oh no.
Incoming chat request.
I am back. I am back. I think I see a follow. Mr. Choco, thank you for the follow. Lots of beep boops. Everybody beeping and booping. I'm back. All right. Now, we can continue what we were doing here, which is using the heal helmet, using defense, using the heal helmet, using the heal staff. All right. Back to the excitement. I think we're almost done here, though, because everybody's full except Guns, and Guns is almost full. Folks, I want to play more Amiga games. You know that? I want to play more Amiga games. I forgot to start the timer again. Okay. It's been merely a moment. I feel like there's somewhere there are some good Amiga games. There must be, statistically speaking. One day I'll find them. Is Shadow of the Beast good, though? It's beautiful. Hauntingly beautiful. No, there's 50 underrated games. There's 50 underrated games. Three vampires. No, wait, I want you to use your thing. It's better on the PC Engine. It's better on the Atari Lynx, isn't it? I'm curious about something. All this going in and out of the tower, I have 382,000 gold. No. And we could just retire. Fuck it. We got money. We can live happily until a death of natural causes. Well, that's what I mean, right? If a game is better than the Amiga, if the game is identical to, in large part, but better on a different platform, then there's no reason to really play it on Amiga. I do want to check out Hero Quest 2 at some point. I want to learn how to play that game. It's another thing that's confounding to me about finding good Amiga games is often there's games that seem to be quite good, but they're like so complicated to learn how to play. You know? And like if you don't understand how to play the game, clearly it will seem less good than it really is. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Got him. Up on this one, and then down on the next one. Hopefully I don't get, like, ambushed several times again. Close call. This way. Monsters strike first. One, two, I don't want them to use Fire 2 on me. That's a huge pain in the ass to heal. Let's call. Up. And there it is. Just gotta get another encounter in there. With many Fire 2 casting man-cats. Difficult to run from encounter. Alright, now we're gonna use potions. Oops. Don't want any of these encounters. 121 damage. We still got one square, right? There we go. Lightning erupts from the Fiend's Ball. So you have come this far. I, Tiamat, the Fiend of the Wind, will now put an end to your adventure. The last orb. I can wall here, right? I can wall. Oh, wall only affects one person. White shirt. Hey, Rig, how's it going? Yeah, boss fight. 4 hits. Bane, ineffective. 9 hits, 603 damage. Bane is ineffective. Zap is ineffective. That's okay, Ted hit for 10 hits. 2 shots. Monster perished. 1374, 6,000 gold. Whoosh. Ooh. Chance to strike first. I'll take it. Zap his ass. Ineffective. 0% on Zap right now. 0 for like 6, I think. On Zap. Does Zap ever work? Is Zap broken? It's just the last bit now, right? Did I miss the fucking... Did I miss the Muramasa, or is it like in some weird
incoming chapter
thing?
Quest.
I haven't missed it, okay. We go up here. Oh yeah, Mazmoon, not Muramasa. We go here, right? The Temple of Fiends. Fuck. Fuck off, Bone. How did they get to move first? When the 4 orbs cover the black orb in the center of the palace, the time gate can open. We are the 5 lost Sky Warriors. 400 years ago, we battled against the cause of the world's destruction. You must travel back in time 2,000 years. Now, with the orbs shining, stand in the time gate. The 4 fiends' power is rooted 2,000 years ago. The real enemy is in that time. Help! The fiend's curse turned us into bats. With the orbs shining anew, once again, we can speak. Yeah. 4 orbs now cover the black orb. To take a step forward is to go back 2,000 years in time. Whoop! Oh man, 2,000 years in time. What? Oh, we could have gone to Crescent Lake. Where's the... Nothing here. You can't leave. 2,000 years in the past. We're now in the past. We've traveled back in time. Where the fuck do we start? Floor 3, I guess? Frosty. So you're gonna use Blizzard. Oh, this is gonna be a fucking obnoxious dungeon. I don't know where the fucking stairs down are.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Dr. Helltrack. Thank you for the follow. Well, this is a fucking hell of an encounter set. Enemies that automatically use full party damage spells and have high speed. There we go. They didn't reveal this dungeon at all in the strategy guide itself. I don't know what that is. Wait. No, nothing here. It's to strike first. Get the hell out of there. Yeah, feel free to lurk. Feel free to lurk. Just sit back and enjoy yourself. Have a good time. All we're here to do is just hang out. It's all good. Lurk if you want. You can do whatever. All good. Oh, this goes up. So I'm not on floor 3, despite this strategy guide is all fucked up. It's all fucked up. Okay, I guess we gotta go up. Knows where we are now. I'm guessing this one? No, because that's open. Yeah, we're on floor 1. Ooh, doo-doo-doo. Phantom. We fight Phantom before, or is Phantom the, like... the new one we haven't seen before? chump anyway. It's a palette swap of I, right? There's a stone plate on the floor. You sense something evil? What did I need? A rod? The rod to remove the plate from the earth. Yeah, use it.
Incoming chat request.
The tune plays, revealing a stairway. Okay. That puts me down here. Chimera. Furwolves are pretty bad. Same reasons that the Frost D is bad. This is an inescapable battle, which sucks. Let's see if we can bane them, I guess. Poison smoke terminated. Good. Good. Well, so now what? Zombie D. It's not great damage for that. Decent damage. Why is this so complicated? Also, let me know if I'm at the point where I've missed, whatever that fucking sword is called. Mazmoon. Oh, now I'm on this side of this thing. Chance to strike first. Like, these dudes can do like 48 damage to every party member each per turn. There's a bunch of encounters you cannot run from. Fuck that worm up. 700 damage. Does Excalibur have like an increased crit rate or something? It seems like every hit is a critical hit. For Dad. It's nothing. Criticals are bugged and are actually indexed to the item's location in the table. Oh, so Muramasa is also going to have like a bonkers crit rate, right? Presumably. Another one of these things that does nothing. Uh-oh. This is another, yeah, I can't run encounter. Let's just get a little bit of health back while we're here. You know, I think we can out-heal whatever this guy wants to do in damage. It's just... defense. Heal. He doesn't use Quake or anything, does he? Hope he doesn't use Quake. Let's see if we can bane that guy. Wish these things cast heal 2 instead of heal 1. Ineffective. Oops, just try to bane him again. Okay. Good enough. Now we can start damaging him while we continue healing. Beef is full. And guns is full. Oops. I suppose these guys don't use any magical attacks, so since they're physical attacks only, I could use the white shirt repeatedly to make it impossible for them to hit and then heal fully, but I'm close enough, I think. I guess I just go down here, right? It's Lich! It's Lich! Does Lich take damage from Light Axe? Yeah. Effective. Doesn't Lich do something weird like use fire spells despite being the earth element dude? Beat him. Oh, we must be on the fire floor. These guys do anything stupid? I don't really remember them doing anything stupid. I guess they hit kind of hard. Lich opens with nuke? Guess I got lucky that time. What fucking floor is this? Is this B2? What is this fucking layout? I got hilariously lucky then. Run this encounter. Close call. Chance to run first. For fuck's sake. Do you happen to know which path leads to the Mazmoon? It's in here somewhere, right? Do I have to, like, go through here? There's, like... this shit. What am I even getting, though? It only tells you about the Mazmoon being here, and it doesn't tell you what any other stuff is. Yeah, Pro Cape. There's like a whole large section to this floor that seems unnecessary. Like all this shit over here? Can I just go down the stairs, the early stairs here? And like fuck off all this other stuff? Or do I have to go down to the area that has the water in it? if I don't fight... Oh, there's Carrie. There we go. There's Carrie. Can I Bane Carrie at this point? Landale! Thank you for the host. Welcome, everybody. Seven fasts? Yeah, I could do fast. Fire 3 is not good. Didn't do that much damage, though. Let's just try this for laughs. What were you playing today, Landale? What was on your menu? Oh man, Hoshigami, yeah. Hoshigami seems... Oh wow, I just almost did 1,000 damage. Yeah, that game seems real difficult to play. Not necessarily that it's a difficult game. It seems difficult to play. That's one of those things. I bet we have to go to the center. We're on the... I remember a friend of mine, I was interested in playing that, and then he was like... First he was like, yeah, let's play this game. And then we like tried to start playing it, and he's like, I think we should use cheats. And so we looked up some cheats. Then we put the cheats on, and then he was like, I think we should play something else. Even with the cheats, it was like, it was too much. It looked like it would be cool from afar. But... Oh man, Poison Smoke. I got one of them. Yeah, we used to do a... back when things were normal, we used to do a thing every it started out on, I think, like Saturday nights, and then it moved to... I had it on Wednesdays for a while, and on Mondays sometimes. But we would pick an RPG that we had never beaten, and we'd play it each week until we beat it. Then we started making Mexican food and margaritas along with playing the game. So we would we eventually got extremely good at making both Mexican food and margaritas. So we moved on to different cuisines. And we did that for, I think it was like 3.5 years or 4 years or something, with various games. Very, very fun time. All started with Rogue Galaxy. Was the first one we did. And I forget what was the last one we did. I know one of the later ones was Infinite Undiscovery. We had some older stuff in there, some newer stuff. Played some non-RPG stuff to give ourselves a break sometimes. Yeah, it was a fun time, you know? Bane. Thor's hammer. Zeus's gauntlet. It'd be cool if a game had a thing where, like, if you were equipped with all that stuff, using one of the items would be more effective if, like, you had Zeus's gauntlet and Thor's hammer. Infinite Undiscovery is... It's not great. It's not great. It's not the worst game. But there's a lot about it that could be better. You can finish it. It's a game that you can finish. That's for sure. It's no Hoshigami, right? Bane. I think everybody's back to full. Yep. Night Chronicles, is that the one... Is that the, like, people who sued Epic and then lost because they didn't actually have a case? But they, like, tried to make it about something else? Damn it, I was hoping for, I was hoping for Slate text. I feel like this might be one we can't run from. Yeah. Son of a... Unavoidable encounters. Wait. You use the heal helmet. You try Bane. You use Thor's hammer. You use Zeus. You're strong against Bane. They do so much damage, and you can't run from this encounter. Come on, game. Which means we're gonna have to fucking... We're gonna have to cheese the other encounter when we get it. $77 damage? Wait, these guys only attack, don't they? Well, let me tell you something. Dudes who only attack physically. Maybe this will kill all of them. Hopefully it'll leave one of them alive. No? Okay. Okay, do this. We can do this. Wow, critical hit. Awesome. Awesome. My favorite donut is cider donuts. Kind of a cop-out, I know, because they're seasonal. You can only get them from, like, specialist places. But they're far above other types of donuts. Let's just have you fight one of these dudes. I'd really like if invisibility would work. They're like they're a smaller than usual cake donut with a smaller hole than usual. There's cinnamon in the dough. So they have a really nice flavor. They have a kind of softer texture, I would say. We call it softer. They're very, very good. I think that's probably enough. Now we gotta heal Dad 20 HP at a time. There we go. Heal. Defense. Heal. Heal. Can bad stuff happen if you, like, max out your dodge percent? Will it, like, wrap around to 0? We'll just have him drink Dad a heal potion anyway. We'll make it go slightly faster. What floor am I on even? B3? It's gotta be, like, bottom center, right? Not bottom center, but like... down, and then left or right. Left or right, left or right. Probably to the right. Oh boy. I just don't want to get to the, like, end part and be like, wow, I wish I had more healing potions. Time to exit and do this whole dungeon again. So we waste time doing this. Okay, that's enough. Fuck this. We'll use potions. Whatever, close enough. Why is there a door there? That doesn't seem right. Here's Kraken. Get Kraken, Kraken. Okay. Hey, Danny's No Talk. How's it going? What's up? He's already out. He's already released. Uh-oh. This floor that I'm on or the next floor that I'm about to go to? About to go to. Okay. The one with like the four things and a weird little tail. Pick courses for sophomore year. In the tail. Okay, cool. Down we go. Depending on what your major is, I'd say go with like, for supplemental stuff, go with like business management type stuff, I'd probably say. Can I run from this encounter? I sure... You know what? You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna have Beef run. And I'm gonna try to, like, mitigate damage with everybody else. Oh man, Beef runs. I've had real bad cases of Beef runs. There we go, good. Oh man, Whiz Vampire. See, Wizard. Wizard is the good shit. Yeah, the one thing, like, I wish I never went to college or anything, university, but if I did, the thing that I would want to study is, like, business management and the way I look at it is this. If you're going to go into a career working for other people, the only place you're going to make the maximum amount of money is in, like, C-level stuff, being a director, being a VP or president or something like that.
What could they want?
Hey, thanks for the follow. And the only way you really get prepared for those positions is knowing about business management type stuff. So, I think it's probably the best thing you could study if you weren't already majoring in that. But logic, mathematics, those are also good ones to take, I think. 'Cause they're gonna be useful in many. Fuck off, dude! 213 damage. I wonder where's the exit on this floor. No. Wait. Here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna heal. You're gonna run. You're all gonna heal. You're all gonna use the healing stuff. Defend fire. Wait. Yeah, another important thing to consider is what your long-term plans are. Probably longer term than you're thinking about it at the moment. Is like, do you plan on someday being a business owner? Do you want to advance in that field? Or are you more interested in doing stuff that's interesting and fulfilling on a more personal level? Something that draws your interest. But yeah, a lot of that stuff, a lot of, like, biology, history, and that kind of stuff can be really enlightening in terms of knowing what the world is like. I guess is the way to put it. But it's definitely like, no, I didn't want to do that shit. Wrong item. These things aren't undead. For me in particular, I kind of separate I kind of separate topics, or like topics of learning, into, I'd say like two different categories. One of which is category of stuff that's like things that I enjoy knowing and enjoy the pursuit of knowledge in. And things that I kind of things that I prefer to have a guided formal education in, or would have liked to have had. It's kind of too late for me now. But like, I would very much have liked to have studied Japanese in an institutional, or like in a properly structured environment, given the opportunity. Because learning it on my own, I don't have that like interaction with others that would be very helpful, I think. And the business stuff, like studying about business makes me bored as hell. And it's really hard for me to like continue paying attention about it. So I feel like having a guided professional instruction in business would be very helpful. But again, I don't know if it would have been helpful to me when I was, in my early 20s. Would I have had the attention span to actually retain any of it? Or would I have just been turned off by it and like wasted that study? Hard to say. You know what? Honestly, Spanish, not a bad language to know. Very good language to know. Just in general. But, what am I doing? You're fighting. But yeah, get some rest. Get some rest. Sleep is very important. Have a sleep on it. Think about what you want to do, what appeals to you. Yes, your mom. What is the important question? Does it make a difference what you major in? Or knowing what you want to do? Alright, good night. Night, Dan. Dan is no talk. I think... Oh. Sometimes see the word... Sorry, I missed a line there. See the word spelled complete with an A. I don't think I've seen that. Except like an unintentional typographical error. Oh shit, it's Tiamat. Yeah, I've only ever seen that as a typo. An archaic spelling. Okay, I didn't realize that. Oh, come on, poison smoke. Oh, Tiamat uses Bane. They fucked up once again. In the fucking... In the manual, in the strategy guide, I mean. Not weak to Bane. Uses Bane. Not weak to Bane. uses Bane. Can't zap him. Just fight. Whatever. Ice 2. Thunder. Dead Tiamat. Bane does work on Tiamat, just not likely to. Gotcha. Dana, what's up? Thank goodness. That was a fight I did not want to take. Whoops. Are there any really silly tactics you can use on Chaos? Just double fast and... What's his face? Remember me, Garland? Your puny lot thought it had defeated me, but the four fiends sent me back 2,000 years into the past. Come on, dude. From here, I sent the four fiends to the future. The fiends will send me back to here, and the time loop will go on. After 2,000 years, I will be forgotten, and the time loop will close. I will live forever, and you shall meet doom. Chaos. Fucking cool ass. Look at the size of that sprite. Look at the size of that sprite. Extremely good sprite. Oh, whatever. Fight. Magic. Fast. Dragon's skull for a codpiece. It's pretty good. Fast. Ice 3. Fast. Dragon Baldrin, yeah. Fight. I mean, I guess I could fade him, right? And nuke him. Perhaps he's wearing a Baldrin underneath his codpiece. Right? Because it's Baldrin codpiece is how you do that. What am I doing? I'm doing this. Nuke him again. Nuke. Beef chaos is a dish I would make. Oh, he might kill guns. No, it didn't kill guns. That's fine. Zap doesn't work on chaos, right? Oh, that's not good. Oh, we nuked him. We nuked him to death. Oh, cool fucking disintegration effects. There we go. Is that GG? Is that time? Fear works. 256. Hooray, we did it. 25 hours. Final Fantasy. Shame they never made any sequels. I'm sure they would be good. The time loop is now broken. The 2,000-year-long battle is over. Peace prevails. That's good. Control of the four elements, the earth, the wind, the fire, and the water, again belongs to the earth. Garland's hatred burned for 2,000 years. That hatred led the four powers to this world. Chaos was created from those four. Evil dominated the world and covered it in darkness. But it is over now. Wrong has been set right! 2 exclamation points. The Light Warriors are returning. As they travel in time, the world returns to normal. Sarah and Jane wait for them. Of course, Garland does too. But when did it ever happen? I don't remember who Sarah and Jane are. Everything went mad in a day. The reason lies in the 2,000-year time loop. The four chose to become one force and fight against the four evil forces that set darkness upon the world. When the four return, it will be to their past. All signs of the battle with the forces will be erased. But the legend will live on, passed down by the dwarves, the elves, and the dragons. Passed on by peoples unsure where the story came from. It was erased from my memory. The Light Warriors return from their journey back in time 2,000 years. The memories stored deep in their hearts will protect the world. Never forget the good and true. Never turn the four powers to the dark side. And truth will always live in the hearts of the people. Yeah, we have like... how many 100,000 gold? The warriors who broke the 2,000-year time loop, the warrior is truly a light warrior. That warrior was you. May the orbs always shine. Jane is the queen. Okay. Wiggles. What are we looking at here? And the sparkly ball. This is like a fucking. This is like one of those Apple II graphic adventures where they used like extremely shitty plotting routines to fill in the screen. Yeah, it's just sketch. You missed some spots there. There we go. That's Final Fantasy. Finally. Fantasy. The last one. They never, like... The company closed after this, I think. Yeah, RIP graphics, yeah. The last Fantasy. Because there was Arcade Fantasy, and then there was this, and then nothing else. Very strange. Very strange. There you have it. I've been streaming for 8.5 hours to get here. We did it. We did it. Did I miss anything? Did I get all the stuff? I think I did, right? I might have missed the power staff? Power staff I might have missed. I didn't get the protective cape. Oh, did I get it? Does it not cast a spell? I might have sold it. I didn't get any of the many protective capes that there were. And then, yeah, I didn't... I missed, like, half the spells because they're useless. There we go. And it just locks up. We're locked up here. There's a cool thing in the... There's a cool picture. Can we look at this? Is this looking at the right thing? Yeah, good enough. There's a picture at the end of the strategy guide that I remember kind of clearly. The battle with chaos. And it shows this. There's like it's like this bat demon thing. But it's got a plant coming out of its head. Like a weird little pink plant. It's very strange to me. Level 27 or above. But hey, we did it. We did it. We beat Tiamat at level fucking, I don't remember. We beat Kraken. Tiamat was at level 24. And we beat Kraken at what was it? Like... I don't remember what level I was when I beat Kraken. But we beat Chaos as well. Beat Chaos. I think 29 I beat Chaos. We'll just put 21. We're going to fudge it. I think I chose pretty well. I enjoyed the classes that I had. 2-6. That can't possibly be right. Whatever. 2, 6. 1, 2, 6. 1, Now, rating. I think the game's awesome. I think the game is awesome. That was the best answer. Sophomore, what classes should I take? Fighter, thief, white mage, black mage. All right, graphics. I think this is still a 5. I'm gonna call it a 5. I'm gonna upgrade the challenge to 3 because there were some tough parts, but once you start the steam rolling, it just Gnome Illusionist. Yeah, that's pretty good. Illusionist / thief. This game is fun. This game is really fun. You're always finding cool stuff. The pacing of getting new stuff and like good encounters and stuff like that. The bosses feel really cool. And then play control, I'm going to keep it at a 4. I think it controls really well. There's like none of the like it's a menu-driven game, but you can menu fast. You can do stuff really fast. There's a few things that aren't great, like the weird save load magic thing with the houses, but I think that's pretty good. Let's take a look. This is what we got. We're here. 5354, very highly rated. Awesome game. Finished it up. Final Fantasy. The 11th game in the Gamekeeper. We're done with that. We'll be looking for a new console game to play next Saturday. I haven't decided on anything yet. We might do some exploration during the week. Try to make up my mind on it, but we'll see. Let's look for somebody to host or raid. Let's see what's going on in Twitch tonight. And I'll be back tomorrow. With Mind Magic 6, which is going to be quite a lot of fun. Be some great stuff going on there.
Bless.
Fat is awesome. Spiders back into my mouth.
You know, I think I want to raid Zetsubera. Let's raid Zetsubera. He's playing Dusk. I think that game looks kind of neat. I want to see it. So we're gonna raid Zetsubera. Zetsubera also has done a number of little graphics and stuff for the stream. Very good. The little robots, bit badges, and the little the side thingies for the layout in between the camera and the stuff. But let's go say hi to Zetsubera. If you like what you see, give him a follow. And I will see you all tomorrow for Mind Magic 6. We're definitely not going to finish Mind Magic 6 tomorrow. We got too many council members to do. But have a great night, everybody. I'll see you all again very soon.